Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Ooh. All right.
And give remarks at first.
Let's go ahead and get into let's go ahead and cover the war. Let's go ahead and get into Press Secretary Levitt. Sorry, guys, I just hopped off a live. I had to get up out of there real quick. Well, I got kicked out of there, but it's all good, though. It's all good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin with some scheduling updates. Tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great states of Ohio and Kentucky, where he will tout his economic victories and detail the administration-wide efforts to continuing lowering prices to make everyday life more affordable for working Americans. The president will visit Thermo Fisher Scientific in Ohio and give remarks at Verst Logistics in Kentucky. On Thursday, President Trump and the First Lady will host a...
All right, so he's continuing the affordability tour, his affordability rallies, while sadly being in war with Iran, which is kind of tough because, you know what? Gas prices actually did go down a little bit in some places. Not here, but in some places that gas has went down at least about 10, 20 cents.
Women's History Month event in the East Room. And on Friday, the president will sign several executive orders, and we will provide more details on those later this week. As President Trump shared with the American people last night, the United States military is making tremendous strides towards achieving our military objectives for Operation Epic Fury. 10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's warriors are winning this important fight at an even faster pace than we anticipated. More than 5,000 enemy targets have been struck so far. Iran's ballistic missile attacks are down more than 90%, and their drone attacks are down by approximately 85% since the start of Operation Epic Fury. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy, and we have destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval vessels, including a major drone carrier ship. None of the regime's vessels are operating in major regional waterways, and the Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. The trend is clear. U.S. combat capabilities are increasing and growing more lethal and dominant by the day, while the Iranian...
Now, here's the problem with that. Yes, Iran has just released an S-load of missiles into Israel. So the problem is that they've been saying that, we're slowing them down. They're not shooting as much rockets, but they just unleashed a whole bunch of rockets into Israel, though. And here's the worst thing about it, though. Israel's actually facing fire from Lebanon and Iran. while also Israel is fighting Lebanon and Iran at the same time. So that's all part of their whole seven-front war.
And terrorist regime's ability to respond has rapidly declined. Now, the U.S. military is moving to dismantle Iran's missile production infrastructure. Our incredible B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on deeply buried missile sites. Last night, President Trump reiterated his commitment toward keeping oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz so the United States and all of our allies can receive their energy needs. President Trump will not allow rogue Iranian terrorists to stop the freedom of navigation and the free flow of energy. Let me be clear. It is a good thing to wipe out terrorists who indiscriminately target civilians and attempt to hold the global economy hostage. And President Trump should be commended for doing so.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem, though, because, like, look, I get what Trump was trying to do with the add insurance and add naval protection, but the problem is that insurance is going to be paid for by the taxpayers, the American taxpayer. We're already paying about $1 billion a day for this war, and then we're also putting the naval fleets in danger. Oh, yes, and Iran just got caught, because we blew them up mid-process, thank God, just got caught mining the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, mining, laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So now it's really shut down.
As the president made unequivocally clear to the remaining elements of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday, if they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of...
Actually, man, let me show you. We're going to get back to this lady, but let me show you the BS, bro. Because CNN came out with it, and so did Al Jazeera. But yeah, this is a problem. This is a major problem.
CNN is learning Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. This is according to two people familiar with the matter. It's another major complication as the world's top oil exporter warns there could be, quote, catastrophic consequences for oil markets if the conflict keeps disrupting ship and oil tanker traffic through the strait. He says beyond upending shipping and insurance, the ongoing disruption could snowball, threatening aviation, agriculture, and other industries. A short time ago, the White House repeated President Trump's promise to provide government-backed insurance as well as naval escorts to keep tankers moving. So far, those shipping companies are resisting traveling through the region while the fighting goes on. Let's talk about this now with CNN business editor at large, Richard Quest. He's also the anchor of Quest Means Business. Richard, what first do you make of this breaking news? Mines in the Strait of Hormuz happening amid the backdrop of the Trump administration.
And also, there's been 3 commercial ships that was struck in the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, we don't have I mean, I know Trump was promising us that, yeah, don't worry about the Strait of Hormuz. We got it. We'll provide protection. But yeah, 3 commercial ships hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. Like, that's what's going on. And we'll get into that video as well.
And threatening to, sort of rain down on Iran if they do anything in the Strait.
What it shows clearly is how relatively, note I use that word, easy it is for Iran to cause absolute mayhem, havoc and chaos with the global shipping. You see, they threaten of whether they actually lay the mines or not. We'll only have to wait and see. You've got the perspective of the drones and or missiles. You've got an entire choke point that you're looking at. And all that the West can do, or that President Trump and others can do, is offer these rather poor substitutes, insurance, for escorting of vessels. I spoke to the CEO earlier of Maersk Shipping, the largest in the world, and basically said, look, you can give me all the insurance you like, but if it's not safe, I ain't sending my ships, my container ships, through the strait. And he said, and as for escorting, it's just too difficult. Now, they've got 10 ships stuck in the northern Gulf. They've got many more on the way. It gives you an idea of why what the president said yesterday might sound good in sound bites, but is very difficult to actually put into play and terribly easy to overturn.
So, taking a look at the effects of this, Richard, you have several industry experts saying if the strait remains as it is, and I mean, I know we hear the Trump administration threatening if they do anything with the strait. Well, the strait is paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
But these experts are saying
there's literally like basically zero traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz, like none at all. There's probably like one ship that went through in the past, like what, 24 hours, and that might have just been a naval ship. So yeah, all traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted, and Iran is laid mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, 3 ships then got hit by projectiles. We're not even sure if that was Iranian drones, missiles. We don't even know the details of that. So hopefully those details come out sooner or later.
With very little traffic moving through, crude could reach $150 a barrel by the end of the month. If oil is going to go that high, what kind of impact does that have on the world economy? Not just gas, but anything that's petroleum dependent.
Oh, well, let's just go through the list. Besides gasoline, transportation, fertilizer, plastics, all sorts of manufacturing, transportation. I mean, heating just for homes, pays your money, it takes your choice. Most of the oil in that part of the world goes east towards China and Southeast Asia, but the global market sets the price. And that's why, as you and I were talking yesterday, it's highly unlikely there'll be massive lines in the United States.
Somebody asked a really good question in the chat. I think it was Professor Oak. That man said, you know what? How did Iran plant mines with no navy? I thought we obliterated their navy. Yeah, it does seem like all this talk about what we've done to Iran's military capability might have just been boastful banter. Like just talking with your chest out.
But the price is set globally, and therefore the US will feel the effect. Consumers in the US will be noticed for the US.
No. That's literally what happened pre-war a week ago. And then there's, today, 350 is like, and here's the thing, it was like 360 in my area, 360, not 360, 260. It was like 260 in my area. Now it is about that 320, 330. It's like, bro, literally walking backwards on the whole affordability thing. But hey, if he can end the war soon, he can probably gain some ground again.
Will feel the effect. Consumers in the US will be noticing it today. It will get worse. This idea of 150, by the way, could it happen? I've no idea. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is it likely? No one knows. That is the reality here. It is simply a mass of knowns of unknowns.
The United States has hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to a post from President Trump earlier this afternoon. He adds there, quote, with more to follow, unquote. Iran's chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz is becoming more dire by the day. Close to 15 million barrels of oil are stuck in the Gulf region, cut off from moving beyond this crucial water passage for 20% of the world's oil, with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warning any ship will be attacked. Sources told CNN earlier this afternoon that Iran had begun laying mines in recent days. Following those reports, President Trump posted, quote, if Iran has put out any mines in the Hormuz Strait and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction, unquote. That post was only about 40 minutes before his announcement that the U.S. had destroyed the 10 inactive mine-laying boats. You've probably felt the impacts of Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz from 8,000 miles away or so here in the U.S. over the last 11 days, paying an average of 56 cents more for a gallon of gas from when this war began. The president and the White House are sticking to their script that those price hikes at the pump are nothing to worry about.
The recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation.
Let's bring in CNN's Caitlin Collins, who's at the White House for us today. Caitlin, the White House press secretary fielded a bunch of questions today about the Strait of Hormuz and the rising price of oil.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, these wild swings in the oil market have been top of mind here at the White House, certainly top of mind for their voters and really for all Americans, given the numbers that you were just showing and how much the prices at the pump have changed and just the swings that we've seen based on comments made by President Trump before the markets closed, after the markets closed, a tweet from the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, earlier today, where he said and seemed to be announcing some breaking news that the United States Navy had basically taken and escorted a tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, something that the president has said for many days now is potentially an option here. But then quickly...
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can send it in a super chat. Or if you just want to support the show, you can send a super chat or a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Jake, that tweet was deleted, and the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, at that same briefing confirmed that the United States Navy has not escorted any tankers through the Strait of Hormuz yet. And so obviously that changed because it had made people quite optimistic that potentially we were going to start seeing some more traffic moving through there. And instead, Jake, only the opposite seems to be true with Iran and this reporting now that that CNN has, that they are laying new mines there, with the president saying he has not personally seen reports of that, but threatening Iran should they continue to do so. One other thing that Caroline Leavitt said earlier about this prospect of the Navy escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, Jake, was that it is still an option if and when necessary. If you look at the markets, they may argue that time is now, because obviously that is what is affecting these prices, why you're seeing so much concern over what this is going to look like going forward. But right now, Jake, we know that this still has not happened yet. We did see an update from CENTCOM just a few moments ago, Jake, as I was walking over here.
And if I could just give you a quick little, like, what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Here it is right here. This was the Strait of Hormuz. You know, shout out to these guys. Marine traffic. Last 24 hours. This was posted on the 10th. So about a day away. You see how, like, barely anything is moved past out through here? Look, there's one. There's been a couple, but after that, a lot of them has been going back. They've pretty much been seeing that you can't really F with what's been going on around here. That, and these actually might be Iranian ships, who knows? But yeah, there's very little traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz as we speak. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get to these 3 commercial ships that were allegedly hit. Let's go ahead and get right into it with our guys over here at Al Jazeera.
3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre, which monitors activity in the waterway. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard closed it shortly after the war began. Israel and the US are also bombing targets in the strait. Iranian officials have blamed the security situation on the US. About 20% of global oil supplies are transported through the waterway. Well, meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command's released images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the U.S. military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. He says they were planning to lay mines. Trump has warned of grave consequences if Iran continues to block the strait. Now, last week, President Trump said the U.S. Navy would soon begin escorting tankers. However, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, has revealed there are no plans to do so yet.
If tasked to escort, we'll look at the range of options to set the military conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks. So we're looking at a range of options there, and we'll figure out how to solve problems as they come to us.
And we're going to have correspondents following developments in Tehran and Doha and Washington, D.C. First, we're going to go to Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha for us. So let's talk about these incidents with the commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Zain, what more can you tell us about the maritime security situation right now?
Well, we know since this morning there have been at least 3 separate attacks in close succession around the same place, just off the coast of the UAE and Oman, Ras Al Khaimah, in the UAE, just off the coast of those areas in the Strait of Hormuz. All 3 vessels, 1 container ship, 1 cargo ship, and a bulk carrier. And what that is those large vessels that carry unpacked dry goods like grain or coal. All of them came under some kind of attack from what they describe as an unknown projectile, an unknown explosive projectile. On the cargo vessel, it caused a fire. Now, the crews are all safe. Boats were evacuated. Investigations are underway. But what we know is that it's all happened around the same time and around the same place. Exactly what took place is unclear, but it comes after warnings by the United States that Iran might use mines, naval mines, to make the Strait of Hormuz difficult or impossible to navigate. In the same breath, they said there's no evidence of it, but attacks were launched on vessels in or around the area Iranian vessels, they say, that could be used for such a purpose. Now, Iran in the past has said that if it is attacked, it will use the Strait of Hormuz, an economic corridor that is incredibly important to the global economy on a daily basis, really, that it will use that as a pressure point. It will choke it, and as long as it can't use it, as long as it is under attack, it will make sure that the region suffers, that this strait is blocked. It will use it as a pressure point. So that is something we are seeing. The longer this carries on, the risk to maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz simply continues.
Zain Basravi in Doha, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan.
Yeah, like it does go to prove the longer this drags out, the more the economic strain is on the world, on the entire world. I mean, not just us, but the whole world is getting affected. Actually, I mean, India and I believe, what was it? Japan are the people who are going to get hit most of all, because they get a majority of their oil from out of the Strait of Hormuz. Majority of it comes out of there. So for them to be losing that is going to hit them hard, and they're going to have to try to find, new ways of getting oil. Actually, Trump done okayed India to go ahead and start buying oil again from Russia. Why? Because they're like, we're the reason why you can't get it through the Strait of Hormuz, so at least we can do is help you out by, not tariffing you for shopping with Russia when it comes to oil.
In Washington, D.C. for. So the U.S. president is saying the U.S. has hit Iranian mine-laying ships, but he's also saying there are apparently no reports of mines actually in the Strait of Hormuz. What's going on?
Well, that would seem to comport with what CENTCOM has posted on social media, some video which it says shows U.S. military forces destroying those 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels, but it does not go into any details about whether those mine-laying vessels had actually deposited any mines anywhere on the seabed in and around the Strait of Hormuz. That would be a real threat.
So pretty much like we caught these boats, but we don't know if they came back from their mission of laying out mines. We don't know if they were even laying out mines in the first place. We might have just caught them at the port and just say, hey, blow them up just in case. Which, well, I mean, look, we're at war and I ain't too mad about it. But hey, I hope that they weren't laying mines to the Strait of Hormuz, because we're not really going to find out until something happens, sadly.
To both military and commercial ship traffic through the strait. And that is an allegation which the U.S. has made many times before against why it needs to check Iran, as it were, saying that because of Iran's ability to control traffic in and out of the strait, it also has the ability to threaten that maritime traffic. And so this seems to be just another layer to the ongoing conflict between the U.S. and Iran.
Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. Ros, thanks very much. We're going to go to Tawhid As-Sadi. He's joining us now from Tehran. Okay, we've been talking about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. What are Iranian officials saying about the attacks there?
We actually hear different messages from different Iranian officials, and the gist of the matter is that these messages are on the basis of deterrence and defiance. We've got the IRGC Navy commander in a very recent written statement on that. He came out to say that we announced from the very beginning of these confrontations, and of course we announced again that any vessel associated with the aggressors of Iran has no right to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And he continued to say that if you have doubts, come closer and try. Of course, this is not the only message. We've got Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, in another message published on his X account in 5 different languages. He came out with the same strong tone to say that Strait of Hormuz will be either a strait of peace and prosperity for all, or will be a strait of defeat and suffering for warmongers. And of course, we've got Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament of the country, again in a similar message of warning to say that an oil tanker crossed the Strait of Hormuz escorted by a U.S. ship, maybe on PlayStation. This is the message. These are the messages that basically we are hearing from the Iranian side. And we have to keep in mind that even before the initiation of these confrontations, the Iranian side warned against the possibility of using the Strait of Hormuz as a leverage, seeing the strategically significant role of this choke point. Now they're trying to employ this leverage in this already complicated situation. And this is obviously part and parcel of the rhetoric that we have already heard from the country. They said that in case of a U.S. attack on Iran, ahead of these attacks, of course, there is a possibility for a regional confrontation, and the confrontation could be actually extended to include the Strait of Hormuz. And this is critically important, seeing the actually the role of this place when it comes to the energy.
And yeah, I mean, here's the thing though, it could turn into a regional fight, but it's less likely because, I mean, let's be real, if all the other Gulf states start turning aggressive, then the Strait of Hormuz is going to be completely, and like, bro, it's going to be completely shut down. There may be like one or two vessels being able to make it through, but at that point, we have other nations getting hostile and shooting rockets over the Strait of Hormuz and interceptors and all that good stuff, then it's going to be a pretty dangerous area to, you know, float a boat through.
Market when it comes to the commercial aspects, and of course the very sensitive situation, seeing the military build up by the Americans in the region. This is all in all a complicated situation, as I mentioned earlier, and Iran is trying to use this strategic leverage in order to deal with the challenges that it has been facing.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is we've been saying since day one, this is what Iran was going to do. It was like the no shit strategy. And actually, I mean, shout out to Gaming, because I think he also predicted that Iran was going to try to mine the Strait of Hormuz.
They will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same: destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for this long before the strike and have moved quickly to address these temporary disruptions. Thus far, the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to tankers operating in the Gulf. The Treasury temporarily waived certain oil-related sanctions, and the commander-in-chief has offered the U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The president and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with industry leaders, and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them. Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term.
As they've been saying all over, well, right-wing media, what was it? Short-term pain for long-term gain. I'm just like, yeah, when y'all all repeat it on every right-wing platform, I mean, come on now. Yeah, y'all kind of making us a bit scared, no cap. I'm gonna be real with you, no lie there. I was like, oh, not y'all all repeating it. That's almost like kind of foreshadowing that things are gonna go y'all way. We gotta sit there and repeat the same talking point.
Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb. On another matter here at home, President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship
which should not be a problem for anybody. It's like, trust me, even the Dems are having a hard time, like, kind of defending this, trying to say, well, what about the women, the married women and all this good stuff? I mean, they've been handled their paperwork, trust me, most likely before the next election or next time they got to vote. Then they're going like, well, what about the black people? And then they're making like, that's kind of like a racist argument, because then they're assuming we're broke, we're all felons, what, we can't drive to your local Bureau of Motor Vehicles? Like, come on now.
order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number 3, the Save America Act abolishes the incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots like for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, shared by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker, concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud, and it is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice.
I'm all for that. I mean, shoot. I mean, that should have been a no-brainer. I'm not even sure why we were allowing guys just to put a wig on, keep all their testosterone, and then go into women's sports. Like, that was absolutely insane. And the Democrats had no defense for it, but it's not even happening that much. It's like, bro, the fact that it's happening at all is a problem.
But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false claim that you can somehow change a child's sex. You cannot. Passing the Save America Act is the most important thing that Republicans and, frankly, Democrats can do to strengthen election integrity and protect our democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The president is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up.
Honestly, it's kind of like, it's kind of messed up because, like I said, their arguments is kind of belittling women and, minorities as well, which is kind of wild for the Democrats to do. But yeah, to sit there and assume, what about the married women and the name change and all this good stuff? And I'm like, usually they do that right after they get married or before they get married. They handle all that paperwork within that time frame. They usually don't wait until election time to be like, oh crap, I got to get my name changed on all my paperwork. Oh my goodness, I forgot. No, they usually handle that within that time frame, before or after the marriage. All right, guys. So to sit there and make that like a talking point or an argument is not a good one. I'll be honest with you. And I mean, unless these guys got married like literally on the week of an election, that's the only argument y'all really could give us, and that's unlikely.
Because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting, with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the SAVE Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote. Of course, they just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women, and minorities and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this. They're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV. And I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
Of course, and then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now. I was at the airport this morning in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was early in the morning, and one of the TSA agents, I saw her, she was kind of tearing up, she was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment, I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats and Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? It's take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
Man, I would have to say, talk to your Dems, talk to your local Democrat. I mean, call them up because they're the ones who decided to shut down DHS because they couldn't F with ICE, because they couldn't pretty much get reform with ICE through messing with their funding. They decided to close down the rest of DHS and make sure that all the other guys go without pay. And you're pretty much hurting the TSA people to hurt ICE when they're the ones when it's the TSA guys and the other guys who are going without pay, not ICE. They're all good. They're already funded all the way throughout the year because of the big, beautiful bill. So Donald Trump kind of checkmated him on that when it came to ICE reforms. So let's be real. Once again, the Democrats are using the American people as leverage because they have none. So they're just going to go off the suffering that they can impose upon, Americans, which is sick, by the way.
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do. And it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Steve.
You said the operation was going faster than anticipated. What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read that loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region. We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule. But ultimately, the operations will end when the commander-in-chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not.
Does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then it's an empty threat. And so President Trump will determine when Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, when they no longer pose a credible and direct threat to the United States of America and our allies.
They never did pose a direct threat. Iran was not an immediate threat. We made them an immediate threat as soon as Israel decided to attack them, and we followed up with it. That's when they became an immediate threat. But outside of that, Iran was not an immediate threat. Ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, whatever they got, could never reach us. They was never going towards a bomb. We never see no proof of it or anything. So where is this imminent threat coming from? Oh, yes, just to sell the war.
Adriana.
Can you explain why the energy secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the energy secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option the president has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
Well, now we got to make sure we run some type of analysis because, well, if it's even possible, I have to ask gaming on that one because we're gonna have to do the scan the seafloor because Iran might have actually mined it. Like it looks like that's what those ships were out there for. Luckily, we blew them up, but we don't know if they completed the mission or not. Like, did we blow them up in the process of doing so? Do we blow them up after the way back? And of course, there's ships that are already being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz.
Was posted erroneously. Could it be because of a staffer? What I guess, will there be any consequences for this? I know you still have to consult, but just generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
And if I could just follow up really quickly.
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the president said that there would be some sanctions that would be lifted. Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the president's energy team continue to discuss. They will ultimately consult with the president before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements on new sanctions or the lifting of new sanctions for you today. Alex.
Thank you. Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number?
What's been confirmed by the military is pretty much, what was it? I think it was 140. Yeah, it was 140 that was injured. And I believe it was like 108 that was wounded. And I think there were some of these guys that were like wounded but already returned to battle. Let me go ahead and get the exact breakdown. But for sure, it was about 140 wounded.
Elaborate on that.
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
And then secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about, there was a briefing on the Capitol Hill today, and some senators came out and said they were.
Here it is. It was confirmed by the Pentagon that about 140 wounded. All right, so that's where they got it from. Now we got about 140 wounded, 8 severely injured, and 108 already returned to duty. So they was wounded, they got patched up, and now they're already back out on the field.
More convinced than ever that there would be U.S. boots on the ground. Senator Blumenthal said that. In fact, your reaction to that and any update on President Trump's thinking about it?
Look, I would say that Democrats on Capitol Hill are clearly being quite disingenuous.
Hold on, really? Hold on, now I'm gonna have to look that up. Don't spread fake news. Dems moved a bill that would fund TSA, FEMA, and cyber defense during the partial shutdown. The Republicans blocked it. All right, I'm gonna look that one up because I didn't hear about that. All I've heard is that the Dems have stood firm on their stance to keep DHS shut down unless they get their demands for ICE. But we'll see. Actually, let me look that up. I got you, Sid. I got you. You don't be saying stuff for no
3
reason.
years ago, not a single Democrat voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Yet now, with President Trump as commander-in-chief finally taking the action that so many Democrats have called on the commander-in-chief to do for many, many years to wipe out the threat of a rogue Iranian terrorist regime, now all of a sudden Democrats are playing politics with this long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, and 53 of them in the House recently voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's state sponsor of terror. So I wouldn't take Democrats at their word. As for boots on the ground, the president has talked about this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as commander-in-chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the president's thinking. Garrett.
John, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The president said to Fox earlier today he doesn't believe the new Ayatollah can live in peace. He made a variety of comments suggesting that he should be involved in picking the new Iranian leader. Is the ending of this war also contingent on Iran selecting a leader that the president finds acceptable? And if so, how is that not the definition of a regime change war?
Look, as President Trump has blatantly and frankly stated, it's obviously within the best interest of the United States and the West to no longer have a radical terrorist in charge of Iran, especially as we see their reaction to Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America. We look at the way that they are holding the entire world hostage with the restricting of the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president, I think, is making quite an obvious comment. Again, as for the timeline of the military operations with respect to Iran, we have objectives that we have laid out that the commander-in-chief wants to see achieved. When they are achieved, then it will ultimately be up to the president to end this operation.
Okay, so I think you're not exactly addressing my question, though. Is that political objective also necessary for the president to decide to end this war?
Look, again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer poses a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to, what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when we've completely annihilated their navy, as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation.
All right, now I did went ahead and go ahead and looked into what Sid was talking about, and well, yeah, he's actually he's right, but here's the problem though. It's what the Dems asked to be cut off is why it looks like why the Dems, said hell nah, because this goes to appropriationsenate.gov, so it's probably the best place you can go to. See right here, and the way they broke it down was, see, this was negotiated funding of FEMA, TSA, the U.S. Coastal Guard, U.S. Secret Service, and cybersecurity, and all other important Department of Homeland Security components. Exclude funding for ICE, Customs Border Patrol, and the Office of Secretary, which I completely understand, honestly, because seeing how Chris just got outed and all that good stuff and fired, I mean, I completely understand. But you kind of see where why the Republicans said no. They were saying no because they were like, oh, no, okay, we'll give funding to all them, but you got to take funding away from ICE, Customs Border Patrol, and the Office of the Secretary. And then we'll go ahead and do it. So, I mean, I don't know, Sid. I don't know. If they were just if they were just willing to, I don't know, give back the funding without excluding any funding from ICE or, Customs Border Patrol, I'm pretty sure the Republicans would have went along. But like I said, the Dems are kind of picking and choosing, and it's a pretty good strategy. They're saying, well, look, we can get all these other important departments open for you, and all you got to do is just close these three. I mean, come on, it's FEMA, TSA, Coast Guard, Secret Service, cybersecurity. I mean, that's what you could open up 5 to shut down 3. I mean, the Republicans said, no, we're not doing that, apparently. Huh. I can see where the disagreement is. All right, let's get back to it.
Political objective also necessary for the president to decide to end this war?
Look, again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer poses a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to, what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when we've completely annihilated their navy, as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that? And do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details, Jennifer. And I don't know if the president has briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that he had to strike Iran because he believes that Iran was going to strike U.S. targets within 7 days. And then he bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
Well, that's not the first time the president has said that he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury because he felt as though Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region first. Again, I addressed this in the last briefing. This was a feeling the president had based on
because like nobody believes that. Nobody believes honestly that Iran was going to strike us first with all those military assets in the region. After they told the Gulf states, they told us that, yo, if you attack us first, then we'll pop off. Not we're just going to pop off. F what y'all talking about. No. They literally said, if you attack us, then we'll attack y'all. Israel took it upon themselves to come to us and be like, look, we're going to attack them if you like it or not. And that means we have to go ahead and run behind Israel on this one. Basically, they're dragging us into it because we're going to leave our assets unprotected. Because, of course, Iran's going to strike our assets as well, even if it was just Israel attacking them. So it's kind of like, yeah, we got dragged into it. And as soon as Iran kind of put that out, like, look, if we get attacked, we're attacking everybody. Well, Israel kind of rubbed their hands together and says, well, this is the time.
Facts provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the Iranian regime in a good faith effort. The Iranian regime was lying, deceiving the United States of America, clearly trying to continue their nuclear program to create a bomb that would, of course, threaten the United States of America. Again, their ballistic missile arsenal, they were rapidly and aggressively increasing that by the month to a place where they would essentially build immunity for themselves, where a future president or President Trump would not be able to launch this incredibly successful operation. And so the president, again, as I have reiterated, and he has said, was not going to sit back and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
But there are no U.S. leaders or Israeli leaders who are making those same claims. So is he making this up to justify his decision to go to war now?
The president is not making anything up, Nancy. He is looking at this every single day based on intelligence, based on facts, and based on intelligence that he himself and his negotiators have consumed based on their, again, negotiations with the rogue Iranian regime over the past year. And the president and his team tried in a good faith way to...
I'm sorry. I can't even let her get away with that. Good faith? So even when we bombed them the first time, we weren't negotiating in good faith. Like I said, we moved the goalposts every time. Every time Iran's willing to sit down and talk about their nuclear program, we sit there and we move the goalposts. They was willing to give it up before the 12-day war. And you know what? We moved the goalposts to their ballistic missiles. They told us, hell no, but we'll come back. And during negotiations, well, what happened? Israel struck them. 12-day war popped off. Then we had to strike them. I mean, it's the same thing that's happening now, but now it's a more drawn out conflict. Once again, Iran comes in trying to talk about their nuclear programs. We just tell them F they sovereignty. Like, look, you don't get a nuclear program, no ballistic missiles, and you can't fund your proxies. And that was just a non-starter from the beginning. But according to the Iranian foreign minister, it did seem like both parties walked away. So at this point, like I said, it seems like there may be a liar here. It's either Steve Witkoff or the Iranian foreign minister, because Steve Witkoff runs back to Trump and on Fox News and tells everybody that, they was bragging about their nuclear capability and all this wild stuff. Iranian foreign minister goes on Face the Nation and Al Jazeera and is like, no, actually, the Iranians were ready to go to zero enrichment. They were ready to give up their nuclear arms, but they were not going to talk about their missiles or their proxies. And according to what that guy said, the Iranian foreign minister, both sides walked away happy, but then a day later, the strikes happen. Crazy. But that's good faith, apparently.
To reach a diplomatic deal through peaceful means with the Iranian regime, and Iran chose this path to death and destruction. Iran wanted to attack the United States of America, and the president was not going to sit back and allow that to happen.
And that's the problem. It's really hard to sell the story of, Iran wanted to attack us. Iran wanted to attack us when we've attacked them twice without them even attacking us until now.
He was not going to sit back and allow that to happen, and everyone in this room should be grateful for it. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions for you. One has to do with a follow-up to your statement that you made at the beginning of the briefing regarding the Safe America Act.
Sure.
Yesterday, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke on the effort to potentially have a filibuster broken, the rules for the filibuster broken. He said the votes aren't there, one, to nuke the filibuster, and the votes aren't there for a talking filibuster. He says That's the reality. What's your reaction to what Senator Thune said?
Look, I think President Trump, the urgency behind his need to pass the Save America Act and his desire to get this country-saving legislation passed has been made quite clear. He wants all options on the table, and he wants the Senate to move as quickly as possible through whatever means necessary.
And then secondly, just regarding the president's trip tomorrow, looking ahead, why Ohio and why Northern Kentucky?
Well, why not? These are two great states with great Americans.
Just wanted to know why they were chosen.
Great states with great Americans. The president will be joined by lawmakers from both states.
And the reason why he asked that was like, yeah, well, why is he going to two places that he has strong, voter support in? Ohio and Northern Kentucky. So it is a bit weird. Like, well, why don't you go to more places that you're kind of losing support in? Well, because, it's actually turning out that the numbers are not looking so good for the Republicans. I mean, the numbers are not looking good for Republicans in Texas, and it's starting to kind of pan out the same way in Ohio. Like, even with Vivek Ramaswamy, he's starting to lose political points now. So, yeah, it does seem like, bro, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but there might even be a blue wave coming to Ohio if Trump does not course correct. Like, literally, he could Bush it. And what I mean by Bush it, when Bush got everybody into the war, that sunk the economy, everybody didn't even want to hear about a Republican. Like, bro, if you was a Republican back then, it's like you were just like, what? I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't know, what do you like the paint or something? Did you like it? But let's be real, that turned a lot of people off the Republican Party, what Bush did. And it seems like that's what Trump is doing. He's about to Bush it.
Who he greatly admires and respects. And
like I said, he can still end the war. He can end this war today or by the end of the month, and things can be all good. But if not, and it drags out, he's going to Bush it for the Republicans.
Meeting with business owners in both of these places and talking about the economy, which is, of course, the utmost importance to him.
Caroline. Thank you. Last week, the Energy Secretary issued a waiver for India to get Russian oils during this energy crisis.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the President about it? What's the idea behind this?
Have I spoken to the president about it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have spoken to the president about it. And the president and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil was already at sea. It was already out on the water. So this short-term measure, we don't believe it will provide significant.
So basically, Iran got us walking back our pressure on Russia. That's how bad it is. Like, we know we don't really have any substitutes for these other countries. Like, we can't really tell them anything, but, well, I guess you gotta go to Russia. Wow.
Financial benefit to the Russian government at this time.
I have one more question about Pakistan. Pakistan.
As Russia is continuously bombarding Ukraine, and now they're getting more money to do what? Bombard Ukraine. Oh, my goodness. And here's the thing, though. I mean, you know me, I'm all about stepping out of this whole Ukraine problem. But I know for my liberals, that gotta hurt. That gotta hurt.
The neighbor of Iran and Pakistan is also an ally of U.S. President has been praising a lot about the field marshal. Is Pakistan providing any kind of support in this war against Iran?
That I will have to check on with the Pentagon and get back to you. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday that President Putin told him he wanted to be helpful in the Middle East. The Kremlin put out a statement where Putin said, quote, "I would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for Tehran and our solidarity with Iranian friends." How does the president think that Russia could be helpful, if not helping Iran? And did the president push Putin on Russia sharing intelligence with Iran in this war?
Lindsey Graham, the Republican I hate the most. But shout out to Tove. She said, did you hear Lindsey Graham? Yeah, no, trust me, I consider myself a Republican and I hate Lindsey Graham. But did you hear Lindsey Graham may have something behind this? He made several trips to Israel over a few weeks before the strike. Here's the thing. Lindsey Graham didn't like Trump until he hopped on this whole war with Iran path. That's the problem. Like, Lindsey Graham didn't like Trump until 2018 when he got out of the JCPOA. Like, that's when Lindsey Graham started liking Trump, because Lindsey Graham been wanting war with Iran probably for about the same time Bibi wanted it. 20 years ago. Well, Bibi been saying it for like what? People say 35 years plus. Yeah, well, we got Lindsey Graham saying it for almost the amount of same time. This man's been wanting to go to war with Iran for a minute. Actually, I don't know who this man don't want to go to war with, to be quite honest with you. It ain't just Iran, to be real.
The president and his special envoy Witkoff have both said that, of course, they've sent a message to Russia that if
no, for real, we all hate Lindsey Graham. Yeah, he's disturbing. That's like one of the most disturbing men to watch on television. Just sit there and just talk about death as it's not nothing. He looks like he's happy, man, that people are just dying. He's in complete jubilation over it, especially when it came to what, bro? He says, oh, we're killing all the right people. When it came to the Russians, like killing Russians, best money I ever spent. Killing Iranians, best money we ever spent. I'm just like, bro, what is wrong with you? I mean, bro, even if you feel that way, like, bro, this is crazy to say out loud.
That was taking place. It's not something they would be happy with, and they hope that it is not taking place. As for further details about the discussions between these two leaders, I'll leave it to the president to divulge any more of that conversation. But he did confirm it yesterday and provided you with a little bit of the background and his view and his perspective, as he always does. Luke.
Regarding the missile strike on the Iranian school, how long does the administration expect that investigation to take? And will the White House or the department?
Nah, damn it, Sid. Well, why you always got to come around with that point? But shout out Sid. He said, I was told the Ukraine war would end in 24 hours. How many hours has it been? I mean, bro, come on, bro. Bro, we in like the 200s at this point. It's been some hours. I ain't gonna lie. It's been some hours. It's been thousands of hours at this point. But here's the problem. Like, we all wanted the Ukraine to war in 24 hours, but let's be real. That was wishful thinking. That was propaganda fed to us, making us honestly think that we can win the war against Ukraine. And then, of course, the whole propaganda of, well, oh, Russia isn't doing that well because they didn't take over within 24 hours or 3 days. That doesn't matter how long it takes them to win. They're winning. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to get the dub. You're still going to win. And that's the problem. We're still feeding weapons, selling weapons into a losing war. And Zelensky's over here going like, what about me, Trump? What about me? It's like, dog, you're losing. There's nothing we can do for you. You got to sit there and hold that one out. Whenever you're ready to concede land, you'll finally get the end to the war. Until then, I'm not sure how much land he's willing to lose.
Defense release a full report of its findings once the investigation is complete.
The Department of War will do that. The investigation continues. And as the president said yesterday at his press conference.
And I am going to answer to why Trump made it sound super easy. Trump made it sound super easy because I think he was also getting smoke blown up his ass at that point. At that point, it was just like everybody was telling him, oh, don't worry. Putin is like his army's being degraded. He's running out of men, missiles. I mean, so when you come in here and talk to him, he'll be begging for a deal. And that didn't happen. And I'm pretty sure that caught Trump off guard as well. I can see that catching Trump off guard. And shout out to Toe. She said he wants to go to war with anything that moves. Literally, I'm like, bro, any country that moves. He's like, yeah, let's go to war with that one. As soon as we're done with that, let's go over to this one. Watch, he's gonna start talking about war with Turkey next. I guarantee you. And that's gonna be the disturbing part, because then everything just gonna kind of play into this whole Zionist conspiracy, which actually may be an actual plan, sadly. And shout out to Lindsey Graham. Shout out to my man Jet, bro. My bad. He said Lindsey Graham needs locked in the government basement until he misses his re-election campaign. Literally, he needs to lose. I don't know who votes for this man. Like, who literally votes for this guy? Like, isn't that a bit disturbing to vote for a guy who literally, I don't know, is so gleeful about death? Like, I don't think you want somebody leading you like that. Like, somebody who just loves to see people die, love to spend money on death. It's like, I don't know, bro. And then bro be coming out look like he drugged out or something sometimes. Like, I don't know, bro. Lindsey Graham, one day some stuff is going to come out about him, some wild ass stuff. And we're all going to sit here and be like, I'm not surprised.
Accept the conclusion of that investigation, whatever it may be. We'll go to the back row for some love. Sure, in the back with the glasses.
Regarding the shield of the Americas,
Carolyn,
is
and
there
then you can go, but go first.
Okay, thank you. Is there an update regarding?
You have rough real estate back there, so I'm trying to give you
is
some
there
love.
an update regarding Cuba, and also is an economic deal imminent?
Sure, I don't have any updates on Cuba for you today. Obviously, this is something the administration is actively dealing with. The president's made it quite clear it's his belief, based on fact, that the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is obviously in a very weak place, economically speaking.
Regime change in Cuba. I don't know about regime change in Iran. Like, we're not even trying to be real about that mission, but regime change in Cuba, possibly, because I'll be real with you. We didn't get regime change in Venezuela. We just captured Maduro, and now the Maduro regime basically works for us. So it might be the same blueprint we might do in Cuba. Since it's way smaller, we'd probably be able to do it twice as easy. Go ahead, capture the guy. The vice president will sit there and bend a knee, and they'll work for us. I mean, shoot. I mean, what we're doing operations in Ecuador to take out the cartel. So it does look like we are going for hemispherical dominance while also worrying about what's going on in the Middle East. And we got to choose. We can't do both. We cannot do both. That's too much military strain, too much spending strain. Is like this. That's not good. Like, we got to pick and choose. And it's way easier to handle what's going on in our hemisphere than what's going on over there with Israel and Iran. I honestly think that we should have just let them fight their own battle. We should have got in there, get Iran under a nuclear deal. And if Israel still wanted to attack over that, God bless them. Good luck with that, buddy. But we're not following up on that.
People are crying out for help, and the president believes and knows that the Cuban regime wants a deal. So, as you know, Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged in those conversations as directed by the president. I don't have any updates for you today, though.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Shield of the Americas, the initiative by President Trump this weekend, big names, a lot of countries, but some notable absences. For instance, Colombia, which is a key ally with the United States in terms of counter-narcotics. And President Gustavo Petro was here at the White House, and he met with President Trump. Why wasn't Colombia invited to the Shield of the Americas?
I don't think we're seeing the level of cooperation we quite want to see yet from the Colombian government to invite them to the Shield of America's event in Pact, but we certainly hope that this newfound organization will expand and we can continue to invite additional member countries. But there was quite a few countries there. I believe there were 17 countries represented, 12 heads of state with the president over the weekend. They signed a defense agreement with all of our militaries to emphasize the need to combat drug cartels through Latin America in the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately, of course, to curb the illegal trafficking of drugs to the United States, which is the president's utmost priority in all of this. So it was a great event on Saturday, and we look forward to the coalition expanding. Kelly in the back.
Caroline, thank you. Good to see you. I want to get back to another question that was asked earlier. It talked about the political aspects, but there's also the ideological and the spiritual aspects of what Iran has said for 47 years. Right. Death to America, death to Israel. And we've just finished talking about...
I'm sorry, but when people say that, well, they say death to America and death to Israel because we've been interfering in their... we've been interfering with their politics, leadership, economy. Bro, during the Iraq-Iran war, we was involved in that. I mean, of course they wouldn't like our government so much, or maybe even the people. They could be, the hatred could be that deep. But I always do say, instead of sitting there getting mad about them saying it, let's try to understand why they're saying it. Because not like they're just saying it because, like George Bush, well, they hate your freedoms. No, they hate the fact that we kind of impose on their sovereignty all the effing time. I mean, are you going to like a country that tries to change your leader? And then when they effectively change your leader, here they are again, trying to do it again. And then because they can't do it again, they put sanctions on your country to destroy your economy, AKA your currency. Are you going to like that country? Oh, what? You think they're going to be cheering? Oh, God bless America from the top of their roofs? Really? Really? How does that work? I'm just saying, I always like to try to understand the other side. Not that I like them saying it, but just to sit there and say that, oh, well, they say death to America, so we should just go ahead and hate them and attack them. I mean, how about this? Stop effing with their economy, stop effing with their government, and maybe we won't get that from around the world. Because not just them that say it, it's other countries too, because we do the exact same thing.
The fact that terror has been around the world, Iran has been the nexus of that in so many ways. Has the president stated clearly to the American people why this is such an imminent threat in order for Democrats on Capitol Hill and Republicans and the American people to understand how imminent the threat was?
I think he has, Kelly. I mean, you've heard from the president on an almost daily basis over the course of the past 10 days. You've heard it from me at this podium. You've heard it from the Secretary of War, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States. You know, the president's top cabinet and his officials have been repeatedly explaining to the American public the threat that Iran has posed to our country in this moment, but of course, over the course of the past 47 years. And their words, again, chanting death to America, speak for themselves. Go ahead.
Okay.
You can follow up.
Why the division within the American people? I realize that we have the people are talking about the War Powers Act. They're talking about all kinds of issues, but have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America.
I'm be real with you. If you're triggered off these guys saying death to America without understanding the history of why they say that, you're being intellectually dishonest. I just got to be real with you. You're being intellectually dishonest. You're just going to sit there and get mad at them saying death to America without understanding the history of why they're even saying that in the first place. Not saying that you should like it and accept it because you understand the history, because I don't like it, but I understand why they're saying it. I don't really take it as a personal threat to America, honestly. If you honestly ask the Iranian people, they stay saying, well, our beef is not with the American people, it's with the government that does all this BS in the Middle East. And they got a point. They do got a point. So, yeah, when they say death to America, I'm sorry, but that's not a good reason to go to war with Iran. I'm going to be real with you, especially with the history that we have with them.
And death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump.
No, really, think about how much sense that makes. You think these people just woke up one beautiful morning in Tehran and just said, you know what? Death to America. Just for no reason, death to America. You think that is how it happened, bro? Really? Come on now. Don't be intellectually dishonest now. Actually look up the history of our interference in Iran throughout history, and you'll kind of understand where it comes from. Oh, and especially us, you know, pretty much destroying their currency. I mean, that'll get a country to hate you as well.
On everything that they do, that again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, longstanding principle of the United States of America, that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern. In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412-1 in 2023 for a resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year, under this president in 2026, 53 Democrats voted against that exact same resolution with the exact same language. I don't think that's a change in the threat that Iran has posed to the United States.
You know, so this is also funny as hell when they say funding terrorism. Bro, you know how much terrorist groups we've backed in the Middle East? Bro, we just put the leader of Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria, by the way. Al-Qaeda. The guy who's in charge of Syria that we put in is the head of Al-Qaeda. We funded the Taliban, bro. We funded ISIS before, bro. We've backed a whole lot of terrorists before. So I'm sorry, but I mean, you might need to learn about history your damn self.
States. I think it's a change in the Democrat Party's thinking and their vicious hatred.
Shoot, let me be real with you. We back whatever terrorist group is going against the guys we don't like or against at the moment.
President Trump. Danny. Sure.
National threat level, following on Kelly, what's the national threat level right now because of this death to America, death to Israel issue?
I believe the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have repeatedly and continuously provided updates on the threat level to the homeland. I don't want to speak on it out of turn from up here, but of course, the federal government is continuing to coordinate and partner with local law enforcement agencies across the ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing. And it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to fund and reopen fully the Department of Homeland Security right now.
Which Democrats are not fully? They're not. Yeah, see, that's the word. That's the key word, fully, because Democrats want to open every other department, well, but ICE and Customs and Borders and in the Office of Secretary. Those are the three things they want to leave out of funding, and the Republicans just aren't going for that. That's why she said fund fully and not Well, mostly, because it would be mostly be funding DHS.
In school, why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could?
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on
You know what's crazy though? There actually was somebody who put out a video pretty much trying to debunk, the whole, oh, it was the US that might have bombed this school. And you know what? He was actually doing a pretty good job, but there were still way too many holes in his theory to actually give him the trophy. Like, all right, bro, I ain't gonna lie, you cooked. But no, sadly, there was just way too many holes in my man's logic. I'm gonna see if I can find the video here, because trust me, guys, it's actually kind of crazy how some people are really trying to sit here and say, oh, it's Iran that bombed their own school. And trust me, guys, I wish that was true. But the way things are playing out right now, it is in the way all the verifiable sources are pointing, it's looking like it's most likely the US. But here it is. I found it. This guy here, what's his name? Matt Tardio.
As we get into the region, this terrain right here is Iran. Right here, you have Oman, and you have U.S. warships right over here in the Gulf of Oman, somewhere in this region.
Okay.
About 100% sure. When we zoom in on the school in Manab and we start getting closer to it, I've got it pinned right up on here. You guys are about to see it. As we zoom in, you will see a very clear outline of a compound right here as it goes down all the way around. You guys can see that wall all the way around.
Now, first point of error. He's assuming that he knows exactly where the ships are when these ship locations have not been, verified. They've not been released. And why would they release them? So yes, he's already going from a faulty perspective of, oh, well, I just know that these ships are right here when they could have been closer. They could have been on the other side of the strait. So there's the first flaw already. Him assuming that he knows the position of where the ships were.
That is an IRGC compound. Video footage and stuff that's been taken on the ground confirms it as an IRGC naval facility, equipped with a hospital, a couple other things, allegedly a hospital or a clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And the more research I done, I come to find out a couple things. One, that allegedly they walled this place off a year to 2 years ago. Walled this place off and turned this into what they're calling a school.
It is a school, yes. 10 years ago, they warded it off. And I mean, you might be working with old footage, my friend, because the newer footage, which CNN even got, shows that there was a handball court right here. So he got older footage because the handball court is missing.
Yep, that's what they're calling it. And that video you just saw is what ends up telling everybody, apparently, that the United States of America ended up doing it. Well,
no.
With that, we've got lots of problems. We've got this analysis from the New York Times, that suggests the school was hit amid U.S. strikes on Iranian naval base. And they've got a lot of evidence that they like to put out here. And we'll take a look at some of it. This is their initial one. And there's a couple things that we can notice about this imagery within itself. If we look at this building right here, and I just want to show you guys this. First, we're going to go over the accuracy. You guys will notice that all of these buildings were either leveled or hit center mass.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason, this one's hit on the corner. Y'all see that? Wait for it to come. Weird. So in this one instance, we lost our ability to hit center mass. This next video is probably one of the most appalling ones. And I can show you guys exactly.
The assumption that every strike is going to be perfect. That's like I said, you're making an all statement. I'm going to assume that all of these strikes are going to hit center mass every single time, as if there can be no flaw, no margin of error. All right.
Exactly on the maps where this video is being taken at and where it's coming from. All right. And what you're looking at exactly on here.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this up for you. If we zoom in on the school. This video is being taken from right here on this corner. All right, right here on this corner.
Oh, shoot, my bad, guys, my bad. I was too busy getting into the video though. But shout out To. She says, government basement, nah, circles of hell. Shout out To. Okay, shout out Sid. He says Zelensky is providing their own drone interceptors that they develop under fire to the U.S. and the Gulf states right now. Has Vance said thank you? Most likely not. But wait, Zelensky's finding their own drone interceptors that they're developing under fire. That's true. They are developing them drones at a rapid pace to the U.S. And the Gulf states. Hey, man, somebody got to protect them because apparently we're too busy providing cover for Israel because Israel is getting put under heavy fire. But, I mean, look, man, apparently Israel wanted to smoke, so we'll let them have it. Well, yeah, we'll let them handle that. So, shout out Tove. I got it, said. Don't worry. I got you, Tove. Don't worry. I got it. Did y'all see me? This actually went viral and people were tearing into it. People were supporting it. So I did the honest work and I took everything he presented and I ran it through the AI. I ran it through different videos of what he's talking about and all this good stuff when it comes to missile trajectory and missile damage. So we're going to get into it.
This chunk of the building is gone. Remember, because apparently we lost our ability to have accuracy. So this chunk of the building is gone. They're standing right here in this parking lot area next to this tree, and they're looking in this direction. So that's what you guys are about to watch when we get into this video. And then we're going to have some more stuff to go over.
کیف دانش آموز
All right. So is this video authentic? Yeah, I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
And I believe it's geolocated to that exact location.
All right.
I believe that same chunk of the building's missing that I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And there was probably people in it that died. And you're going to see why here in just a minute.
Probably.
Is it as high as Iran says? Potentially. So here we have it. This is where it's sitting. Now, the interesting part is when we fast forward from there, let's move past it. And you guys can see the whole area. By the way, they said that area was a playground. You do have people that are outside taking pictures of books, allegedly. And the name that's down here on the bottom of the screen, by the way, we're going to go over that in a little bit. The source that they actually use for this, which is very important. Uh-oh, she froze on me. Come on, wake up. Right here, coming up in the video, you guys are going to see a couple things, which shouldn't be a surprise to you. If you didn't catch it the first time, there's IRGC Officer 1, IRGC Officer 2, and you're about to see...
Yeah, dude, because that school is where the IRGC officers' daughters went to. Bro, you blew up a school full of IRG officers' daughters. Allegedly, we blew up a school full of IRG officers' daughters. That's why you see the IRG officers around, because that's where they sent their daughters. Yeah, bro.
3, 4, 5 if you're over here.
Oh, and if you don't know, in Iran, they keep the gender segregated. So there's a male school, there's a girl school. Bro, even in restaurants, there's a male section for a restaurant, there's a female section for a restaurant. Like there is gender segregation all throughout Iran. So yeah, bro.
Background. You got several. 1, 2, 3. So total of 5 that are sitting there. 6. I saw a 6th one. Now this is where it gets interesting when you go into the quote unquote classroom for young girls. And that's it right there. You guys see the big camouflage netting in the corner? That's what that is. That's camo net. That crap ain't cheap, and it's definitely not getting given away in Iran. And what it certainly appears to be is some sort of an IRGC mural hanging in the center of this classroom.
Yeah.
Camo net, probably some dead martyrs.
Because he doesn't know that, yeah, like that girls' school is where the IRGC sent their daughters. And I mean, yes, and it was a girls' school. So, And we're talking about the IRGC, the Islamic Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And we're talking about a girls' school that is what? Muslim. And what? And wait. And who are these girls the daughters of? Oh, IRGC members. So yeah, of course they would have that there.
Probably some names hanging in front of it. Looks like an IRGC mural. That's what it looks like in the middle of this young children's classroom.
And here's the thing. It's not being debated that this was a former IRGC. Everybody knows this. But 10 years ago, it was made into a girls' school. It was drawn, and they even had the handball court drawn in there. And like I said, it does look like we might have went in on bad information. Us, Israel, nobody wants to confirm it yet, but it's looking more likely that it's us. We might have went in on bad information and thought that that school was still a part of the base.
Nobody wanted to question this whatsoever, and that's fine. They can have a freaking Hitler Youth Memorial, right?
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm sorry, but because they have a memorial for, I don't know, maybe some girl's dad that might have died or something. Yeah, I mean, that's not really saying anything. It's a school full of Muslim girls. Like, what? Like, that's not really a catch a moment, dog. I'm sorry.
In the corner of their dang classroom. I want to show you guys something else. Noon. Local time, noon. Last I checked, this post is still live. This is a screenshot the way I had it.
Mm-hmm.
The account's up there on your screen. The situation of our students. We are different from each other. You closed down yesterday. Well, we are making missiles in school. We foster elites. Now, you can actually match that painting on that wall outside the building. But this is the crazy part. This was 2 hours later. This post is from 2 hours later. The goal of placing a school in Manab and the martyrdom of a large number of innocent Iranian students will break the necks of all those who paved the way for the attack on Iran from the treacherous fugitive celebrities to the dog like Pahlavi. It is assumed at that point that the attack had gone down. Understanding the history of that location is very important.
All right.
I talked about it. I posted about it before. This is that same overlay that they used to identify the building over in Manab. The green line represents the IRGC compound. Okay. The green line represents the IRGC compound. The yellow dotted lines represent the roadways that are going through there. Now, like I said, apparently 2 years ago, they decided to turn this building into a school. They said they built walls.
10 years ago, actually. It's 10 years ago.
Walls in there to keep everybody out.
So, I mean, you got the timeline wrong as well. It was 10 years ago that they decided to turn that into a school.
And that's what they ended up doing. I have been able to geolocate a fence here, and that's the one that I noticed. So that's it. Now, here's the crazy part. You guys can see the tire tracks going right through the IRGC compound where there's supposed to be a wall, and it's not there. Even if I was to go back to this initial...
Hold on. Did you just say, well, the wall's not there and you're showing the after strike photos? I mean, okay.
Even if I was to go back to this initial video and blow this up on your screen and drag it back to the beginning and the very opening frame, you guys can see this right here. This is one of those very big, like, searchlights, that you use to secure places, like a military base or a military installation. Right up over there on the perimeter. And from this direction, you would be looking north outside of the compound. You'd be looking north outside of the compound, right up over here. So even on the perimeter through the rubble of the school up over here, IRGC threw up a massive searchlight. And
bro, hold on, bro. Are you really that uninformed? All credible sources, even our own U.S. military intelligence said that it was most likely us and it wasn't Iran. And then even the video of the missile that malfunctioned in Iran, yeah, that was already proven false by geolocation. So like I said, bro, you're a week late with the propaganda. A week late, bro.
I would presume it's been there the entire time.
So yeah, guys, there's no video proving that Iran fired that missile at that school, or it was a faulty Iran missile that fell on that school. Actually, if you actually looked at Pete Hegseth in the journal when they came out, the school was in that blast field. So what are you talking about? When we've literally admitted to the world that we were striking in that area. Like, think about it. Really, bro. And shout out to my man Chad. He's like, we have the video of a tomahawk hitting the school. We see the components of a tomahawk in the wreckage. Trump lied and said Iran had tomahawks. This is crazy. Iran does not have any tomahawks whatsoever. People were trying to say, oh, well, you know, the blast is not big enough. I mean, first off, the guy was far away in the video. He was kind of far away. So that's probably why it looked small. And also, there's 1,000 pounds of explosives on tomahawks. No, that's not true. Some tomahawks only got about 250 pounds to maybe 450 pounds of explosives. You're talking about the 1,000-pound warhead, not the pounds of explosives in said warhead. So that could also be a reason why the explosion wasn't as big, considering that they might have to lower it because it's in a town, civilian area, and they're trying to hit a military base in a civilian area. So maybe it would make sense that they lowered down the amount of explosive in those Tomahawk missiles.
Now, this is where it gets fun. You guys remember this video? And where it's coming in from? I sure do. Let's slow it down to 0.5. Now, for those of you that do not know, the Tomahawk land attack cruise missile has right around 1,000 pounds of explosives inside of it.
Wrong. See, wrong. That is actually not true. Not exactly 1,000 pounds. I'm telling you this right now. Not all Tomahawks have 1,000 pounds of explosives on there. There's an 1,000-pound class, but not all of them have 1,000 pounds of explosives. There's actually a lot of them that have maybe 450 pounds, 650 pounds at most, but they'll have an 1,000-pound warhead. So we're not talking about that, though. We're talking about how much explosives are in there, and it's not always 1,000 pounds. So he's wrong about that, too. You can look this up. They'll give you different models of Tomahawk missiles, and they'll show you how much pounds of explosives are in them.
That was not a 1,000-pound equivalent explosion. Not even remotely close. But
and that is true, Josh. He didn't really say that, Iran. He did kind of insinuated that Iran had Tomahawks, though. He did kind of insinuate. He's like, a lot of countries have them. Basically saying, well, Iran has them too, when, they don't.
Told you guys it was going to get fun. So, Bellingcat conducted research on it. Bellingcat said that the video that you just watched was taken from across the street to the south of the compound, and I tend to concur. I don't think they lied about that. I don't think there's a dang thing wrong with saying that video was taken from the south. Not one tiny bit. That it was. They are correct. And as you look north, you would see the school, which is located right up over here in the top right corner of this image. We also know that all of these other buildings were center punched and leveled, but for some reason the school just had a little bit of a mishap. So, with that being said, looking at the video, I think most of us would concur. By the way, that was geolocated to this building right down here across the street. Several people have actually done this. Located right over here across the street, these green lines would indicate the direction that he was looking, which would mean the flight path of that particular munition would have been traveling east, northeast to southwest in this direction, going through the school, the direction of that red arrow. You guys see that, right? Well, here's the problem when we zoom out at a big picture, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. warships are down here.
He's assuming that the U.S. warships are down here. And that's one of the main holes in his argument right now. You can look this up. Has the location of any U.S. warships or submarines, because submarines could also fire this as well. Let's not forget. Is any U.S. warships or submarines have their locations been revealed? And it will tell you no. None of these locations have been revealed. We don't even know where they actually shot this Tomahawk missile from. So there goes there goes a huge hole in his theory already. is that, bro, they could have been right here for all we know. They could have been all the way over here for all we know. But to just assume that, oh, yeah, they're just right here, bro, they could have a submarine right here, another warship right there. They could be a little bit closer to make it the angle a little bit easier for them. So just assume that they're right here is like, bro, can you substantiate how you know this?
This is Iran. This would be east, and it would have to not just do that, but it would also have to turn and start heading south in the opposite direction. It would have had to complete.
Hey, yo, shout out my man, JT Brown, for the baller alert, by the way. He says, isn't it interesting someone just happened to be in the exact spot filming that Pacific missile hitting that specific location? It's almost as if they knew that would happen, and they could then use it for propaganda. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. In the age of technology, everybody has a phone. I mean, you gonna trust me, if something crazy happens in America, you see it every day. You're gonna see it on X. If somebody has a fight in the mall, you will know about it. And it could happen in a different country or all the way across America. And you'll know about it due to everybody having, well, one of these, a phone. So I hear you, though. I hear you. I hear what you're trying to say. Like Noxette, take it from a propagandist point. They could have just been filming it, trying to make it seem like it. But, bro, let's say this. Let's not be guilty of over-radicalizing. That's the problem, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to over-radicalize them to make them, oh, well, of course they would kill a bunch of little girls. Of course they would do that, bro. Most humans are not capable of that. I'm going to be honest with you. And if you think the Revolutionary Guard is, then, I mean, trust me, bro, you might need to, like, pull back a little bit on your hatred of the, I'm not going to assume you have a hatred of Muslims or Iranian people, but you might be overly radicalized on how these people operate. Like, really, guys, bombing in all-girls school, and we're just going to assume that they did it with no proof, by the way. We don't got no proof that they did it. We know they don't got Tomahawk missiles. The video that they showed was 1,300 kilometers away. Kilometers, I believe, away from that school. Yes, the video of the missile going up and then going kind of shaky the other way. Yeah, that wasn't the rock that hit the school. So everything that actually he's presenting still points to us. Sadly,
completely and totally button hook after flying over hundreds of miles of enemy terrain, getting shot down for absolutely no reason in order to make this happen. Their entire,
like I said, his assumption, and this is where, like I said, the main hole in his argument, if he could tell me, bro, because I asked him personally, actually, I asked this man personally, bro, if you can go, I'll give it to you. If you can go ahead and tell me, how do you know that the U.S. warships were in that exact location to make this shot that you're basing your entire theory on? How do you know? And I'm pretty sure you guys don't know either where he's getting this from, because no intelligence has been released that a U.S. warship or submarine was in these areas. And they could have been closer. They could have been up here, which would even substantiate the argument that even more, that it most likely was U.S. that made the strike. Tomahawk missiles, bro, we all know that those aren't airstruck. Those come off the ships and the submarines. So let's be real. It could have been here, and this still could make sense. But once again, how are you basing your argument? How do you know that all this came? How do you know that the warships are right here when none of that has been released? Of course, not to the public.
The entire narrative tactically makes literally zero freaking sense. Not one iota. The actual attack path that would be used for a Tomahawk, especially in this situation, would be over international water, where there's a very smaller chance of it being intercepted. Not to mention, this is one of the opening salvos, allegedly.
Bro, you got to remember, we surprise attacked them. Are you serious? Bro, is this man serious? Hold on. You do know that there was no chance of those things getting intercepted because we struck them first and they didn't strike us back till like an hour 30 or 2 hours later. So there's another hole in his logic right there, guys. He's like, well, why would they fire it over here when it could be intercepted? Bro, we fired. This was the first day of the war when we did this. Iran wasn't firing anything. There was nothing to intercept. I mean, they couldn't even intercept it. That's the problem. And let's be real. I don't think their radars would have caught it in time, seeing how close the school is to the ports, considering that. So, bro, where is he getting this from? That's what I'm wondering. Because it's like, well, how are you trying to say it's not true? Because it'd have been intercepted. This was the first strike.
This would be one of the opening salvos before we knocked out all of their freaking radar systems. Before we
no, JT, whoa, brother. I do not believe we hit that on purpose. It's like I do not believe we hit it on purpose. I think we may have been working off bad information. If anything, we were working off bad information. This might have just been a mistake, and this most likely was a mistake. The problem is that when we're over here trying to create confusion and trying to blame it on the other side, it's just like, hold on now. Let's figure out, because for some reason, everything's pointing to us, and we need to figure that out. And we also need to hold ourselves accountable and maybe take a step back to be like, yo, is this what we want to be as Americans? Like what? I mean, civilians getting bombed, and we're over here trying to create excuses and all the propaganda in the world for it. Because let's be real, there's a lot of holes in my man's theory. But people are running with his theory like it's sound, like it's solid. Shoot, I wish it was. I wish my man was right. I wish we could just sit here and place this on Iran, but none of the evidence, none of the videos, geolocation, none of that's pointing to them.
Knocked out all of their aerial defense assets and everything else. You mean to tell me our military planners decided it would be a good idea to launch a solo Tomahawk across enemy terrain when we had international waters to the other side? And they could have gotten within 50 miles. 50 freaking miles of the target.
Yeah, but this was the first shot of the war. So, AKA, Iran didn't see this coming. They did not think that we were going to attack them, my friend, but we did. So it does make sense how a missile, and be real with you. Once again, I don't know how you know the U.S. warship locations, bro. You might want to let us in on that one. But even then, with the location being here, it would still make sense since these are the first series of strikes. AKA, Iran didn't even know these were coming, so they didn't have nothing to intercept them with. Period, point. And the thing about it, it's pretty hard to run interceptor missiles when it's right off the port. And like I said, these guys could have been closer than what he's putting out right here because he don't know for sure.
Before it had to cross into enemy terrain. 50 miles. Now, which one do you think
at that time
the United States would have planned and used? Do you think we would have attacked it from the north by freaking northeast, traveling south by southwest? No. Absolutely not. Let's take it a step further. Let's go back to that video.
Please keep cooking.
Let's watch it again.
Damn.
Now, if we go back to the frames that show the munition inbound, this is where people are saying it's a Tomahawk because it does quasi resemble a Tomahawk. It's got a similar profile. It's got similar wings. Really crappy video. Really crappy video.
You got a better one now.
But they're alleging that that is a Tomahawk. Well, we have an issue here.
Well, they got a better one now. Let me see here if I can go ahead and pull it up. Oh, here we go.
First issue comes with where the nose of the munition is, the tail of the munition, and the location of the wings.
Which is a reach, by the way, because I'm just like, bro, that's really hard to tell from that grainy ass footage you got there. But I believe I do have a clearer version of it. Let me see if I can go ahead and get that pulled up for you guys.
Location of the wings. On a Tomahawk, they sit center mass, about 50% of the way up the middle. On this one, they don't. On this one, they sit about 40% from the nose towards the tail, about 40% of the way back. I decided I couldn't measure it because I don't know the proper distances and angles, but I can get percentages. 40% back. Not 50. 40. That is a 10% difference from a Tomahawk. And it might look centered to you, but the problem is it's not. Next problem that we have with this particular...
It might look centered to you, but it's not. I mean, is you gaslighting us? No, let's see. Let's see here from this video right here.
Tonight, this new video.
All right. I mean, she looks like a tomahawk to me. Hey. And like I said, people saying the explosion wasn't enough. Well, there's two reasons that could have been. Remember, they're hitting like naval bases and all this good stuff, which have hardened concrete, is more fortified than most buildings. So the effect of the blast is going to be blunted because of these materials that they build these buildings with. And Iran is known for building very strong concrete. So that could be also one of the reasons why the blast wasn't as big, and also because of the distance that this guy is taking the video.
Tonight, this new video, geolocated and verified by NBC News, shows what experts say is a U.S. Tomahawk missile over the skies of Manab, Iran, adding evidence, the experts say, that an American missile likely hit the Shadre Taibeh Elementary School during the first hours of U.S.-Israeli operations on February 28th. Iranian officials say the airstrikes, which also hit a neighboring Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps compound, once home to a military base, killed more than 170 people, mostly children.
The Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries. That's being investigated right now.
Weapons expert Jeffrey Lewis says this new video is clear.
I think the munition that is visible in that video is clearly a Tomahawk. It's long, cylindrical, it has a set of wings, and really no other country in this conflict has a munition that looks like that.
NBC News spoke with 4 other weapons experts who agree the video, which was published on Iranian state media, shows a U.S. Tomahawk. The U.S. military has publicly said Tomahawks were launched in the first hours of the war, even releasing this video.
So when bro makes that argument, talk about, well, why were they intercepted? Why did they take us a long path? Because they would have been intercepted because that was the first strike. And they weren't seeing it coming. I mean, that's why let's be real. We jumped them. It was a surprise attack. That's why we were able to get the rocket there without no interception. You're right. He's acting like we took that shot in the middle of the conflict when we took it at the beginning.
Video. Over the weekend, a reporter asked.
But I mean, let's see here. Let's go ahead and look at these Tomahawk cruise missiles. This kind of looks like it a little bit. No, not really sure we call that a cruise missile though. Somewhat. I mean, shoot, there's that one right there. There also could be that. I mean, let's go back to bro and let's see how he breaks this down.
Particular munition, which I'm just going to use the one that got dropped to me because I think it's way better, is the angle of attack of the particular munition. Get this up here for you guys. Oh, man, I'm not even looking at the right one. Let's look at the angle of attack of this particular munition because it's very important. A Tomahawk maxes out with all but one variant. So we've got a very high percentage here, but a Tomahawk maxes out at 70 degrees. When we take the ground and the rooftops and we level them off right here at the bottom and we bring that line up here and then throw another line on it and then you lay an angle on it, you can see that this is well above 80-degree angle of attack. 80 degrees. That is far further steeper than what a Tomahawk can actually do or is designed to do. Now, do we have variants that can do that? Yes.
Okay.
But you got a 1 out of 5 shot on this one. So the percentage is with you on this. Now, for those that are saying it looks like a Tomahawk, and like I said,
so basically it's a 20% chance that if you drop a Tomahawk, it may go out into that angle. So like I said, I mean, bro, you're making it sound like it's a 1% chance when 1 out of 5, I mean, that's a 20% chance.
Now, for those that are saying it looks like a Tomahawk, and like I said, I brought up the KH-55. Iran's got a variant. I'm being informed that they have limited capacity to fire it from land, but they can fire it from land. But they have a limited capacity to fire it from land. The interesting thing about the KH-55 variant is it's got this little freaking turbo prop looking deal here on the bottom of it. Y'all see that? That little guy hanging out in the back? Just look at where this arrow is pointing right here. It looks eerily similar and eerily close to where that position would be. Now, when we look at a Tomahawk, it does have tail fins. And so you could say it's possible that it's twisted and it's a tail fin. And that could account for some of the madness in which we see. But what it doesn't account for is, one, the accuracy problem, to where we have center mass hits on every single structure, multiple hits on this one taken out. And this one, for some reason, just decided to chunk off the corner of a building. That doesn't track.
Okay.
Then we bring in the fact that it used to be an IRGC compound. This little area used to be an IRGC compound.
Mm-hmm. True.
Now it no longer is, for some reason. And for some reason, the same exact day before strike, the situation of our students. We are different from each other. You closed down yesterday while we are making missiles in school. We foster elites. 2 hours later, about 2 p.m. local time, the goal of placing a school in Manab and the martyrdom of a large number of innocent Iranian students will break the necks of all of those who paved the way for the attack on Iran, from the treacherous fugitive celebrities to the devil-like Pahlavi. So, IRGC compound, angle of attack, direction of attack, munition, attack angle, and they turned the dang thing into a place for martyrs. I don't know how much.
I mean, yeah, they were killed during a war, and they would do consider that a martyr. I mean, they are Shia Muslim. Being killed during the conflict is like the greatest honor to them, which is wild, by the way. Wild as hell, by the way. But that's them. That's them. But yeah, everything you pointed out, I mean, you even poked holes in his own argument, even with the munitions. He said, well, don't angle like that. And if it does, it has a 20% chance of doing so. Well, okay, cool. You just poked a hole there. Well, there you go. That might have been that 20% chance that it went off angle. I mean, why would they shoot it from this far when it could be intercepted? Well, these were the beginning strikes, so there was going to be no interception.
Much more overwhelming evidence you need at this point to say.
And remember, these Tomahawk missiles are shot from submarines and ships. So that's what I'm saying. How do you even know where the ship location was, even make that assessment on the angle and all that?
Yes, not a snowball's chance in hell the United States did that. If they did do that, I highly doubt they knew what was going on the ground there. Now, for those of you that would not put this past a regime that's openly killed 30,000 of their own and try to claim that it's not that big of a deal.
Well, let me be real with you. They killed about 5,000 to 6,000, and that is a big of a deal. But the problem is that you guys want to sit here and say 30K plus with no verifiable evidence at all. None. You can look this up. You cannot find no verifiable evidence that Iran killed 30K protesters. None at all. Shoot, actually, I mean, y'all was over here playing with the numbers. It was 30K, 35, 100,000. Then I guess y'all all finally settled on 30K eventually, huh?
And that, the United States, is absolutely evil. And maybe it was the evil Zionists, that ended up doing it. All right. Well, let's take a look at the other primary schools in Manab. Let's take a look at where they are. We have one here. Can we zoom in on it? Does anybody see an IRGC compound? No, you do not. Let's go back out. You got another one up over here. Same. Do you see an IRGC compound? No, you do not. Hell, even when you go up to the frickin' Hafez the prep girls saw Joseph martyr.
Oh, man. And shout out to my man, Monty. He says this for the Carlins because I still love you, man. I love you too, asshole. And you called me an asshole back. Oh. Anyway, though, he says, also, thanks for reacting to the video I put in Discord. Of course, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was actually happy you put this in. I was like, you know what? Everybody's been reacting to this. Like, I spent probably a good hour or two just putting all of his information into the AIs and all this good stuff. And honestly, I was working because this is how I tackle all investigation. I work on trying to prove the person I'm trying to prove wrong right. I know a lot of people attack it trying to prove the guy wrong. I track it trying to prove you right. And I've been trying to prove this guy right for the past 3 hours since last night. So, and I still haven't. That's the only problem with what he's saying. Like, I wish he would give us better information on how the hell you know where those ships were at and the submarines. I mean, like, how did you know? And then, of course, he's, like I said, the whole angling of the tomahawks and all this good stuff. He even admitted that it could happen. It's unlikely, but it could still happen. And I mean, bro, life's full of surprises every day. So that doesn't really take away from the argument that we might have actually struck it. But I ain't gonna lie, I respect him for going against the narrative. I respect it.
For Oscary, and you go and check out the Prep Ghouls scroll for
us. Trust me, I wouldn't trust anything that the libs hang they had on. Well, I'll be real with you. The left-wing mainstream media hang they had on too much either. The hang they had on too much on this, I investigated because these guys do tend to put their spin on it. But to be real with you guys, there's really no spin on this one.
A school for a martyr. You don't even see it. Nor at the one across the street. And none of these things are as compounded in as you see in that other location. They are not locked down and as secure as that one location. And then we have our location here, all the way down in the south. You guys see how we've got all of these other schools that are up in the north? So maybe they thought, okay, we can put a school in the south. For what? This little...
Yeah, because like I said, and he doesn't know this, because they put the school there so the IRGC guys can go right across the street and see their daughters. That's literally what that school is filled with the IRGC guys and their daughters. That's where their kids or their daughters went to, that all-girls school that was blown up. So, and that's why there was IRGC guys all in the rubble and all there, because, well, those are their daughters that are under that rubble, sadly.
Side of the village over here. Why wouldn't they put it in any other location? This right here is the compound. I hope you guys can see how freaking big that compound is in relation to everything else. It takes up almost freaking like a third of this urban area off to the side. If you were to take that compound and overlay it, it takes up almost a third. And they decided to turn a portion of the IRGC compound into the school.
Yeah.
None of this open terrain.
I mean,
none of this.
Could they not just want the IRGC guys to actually be able to see their daughters, in close range, just go across the street, go pick up their daughters and go home? I mean, that could have been a reason too. Now it's like, we just can't assume duplicity at every turn here. Like, why were there a girls' school there? I mean, bro, we put colleges and schools next to military bases as well. So let's not trip about that now. Let's not trip about that. Like, the reason it's there is because I guess the IRGC guys wanted somewhere where they could see their daughters.
Area over here, none of it. God forbid they build a new one. Nope. IRGC compound. And what were they doing with it? Well, we heard it from their own words. They're making missiles. They've got an IRGC freaking martyr hanging up in their classroom, a whole memorial with a camo.
Yeah, that was a naval base. They weren't making missiles in there at all, but it was a naval base, though. I'll tell you that. And you wonder how, and it's easy to determine that it was a naval base because it was close to the ports. So yes, it was a naval base. I mean, bro, with the map that you just provided us, that it was close to the ports. Like, is he going to show the map again? Or I got to go back to it? Because when he showed the map, he showed that how the school is literally close to the waters. So yeah, it's a naval base. Like, durr. And yes, they made a school next to that naval base so these guys can, I guess, go see their kids. I mean, it is what it is. But I don't know. He's trying to sit there and trying to assume duplicity as if this was all just set up, which, I mean, could have been.
Yeah.
But unlikely.
And for some reason, there's roads from the IRGC compound going straight into it, even though they claim that stuff's been closed off.
And hold on, guy. And you know the wild part is, he's like, well, there's a mural. There's a mural in a girls' school. I mean, yeah, I've seen a mural in our schools of fallen soldiers as well, dog. Is that a problem? So, and that's what I'm saying. You guys got to understand how they see these people. We see them as the most disgusting terrorists in the world, but they see them as the heroes in their city. Well, to them, we're talking about the people who actually support the regime. They see them as heroes. So yeah, when any one of them die, just like if any one of ours die, we'll create a mural for them. And I mean, I had a teacher who created a mural for a fallen one of her family members who fallen in the school. I mean, it is what it is. It happens. Fitting that this guy has tarred in his name. Fitting that this guy has Tard and his name is wild.
Shut down.
Matt Tardio. Oh no, that's kind of slick.
This narrative is so out of control right now.
Oh, I got it.
It's insane.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and post the call-in link because we have reached the goal. So appreciate the support, guys.
Again, a regime that's murdered over 30,000 of their people. Confirmed over 30,000 through their own leaked intelligence. Over 30,000.
See? Perfect. See, that's where I would trap him. I'd be like, oh, leaked intelligence. So you're telling me from the classified documents that Iranian International said they had but never released to the public? Never even, actually, they never showed proof that they even had the classified document that said that Iran killed 30,000 of their protesters. Yeah, it's all coming from Iranian International, who said they had a classified document that they have not proven that they have or shown to the public. That's what you're going off of, bro. And I knew it. I knew it as soon as he said, dude, the classified documents that, guess what? Nobody's seen. I don't even think Iranian International has seen them, and they're the ones running the story. So, yeah. And I asked them myself. I mean, you guys say you guys got these classified documents that are only classified in Iran. So I don't even know, well, what are you going to say? Well, because it's classified in Iran, we can't show it to the world? Like, boy, is you stupid? No, you can show it to us. So please show us the classified documents that you have, that you claim to have, that proves that Iran killed 30,000 of their protesters. I would love to see that. If not, you're capping. Don't lie to me.
1,000 confirmed of their own people murdered in weeks. And yet the West can't seem to get it through their head that they would set this up in order to kill.
No. This is why you're the retard, my friend. It's classified to Iranians. And they said that they received a classified document out. Bro, this is not, and these guys are based in the UK or the Australia. They didn't get classified documents from their own country, but from another country. So they should be able to release those documents, you know, if they want to have any type of journalistic integrity. Like, because think about it, you're just saying, oh, well, I have documents, and I have documents that you never seen, that I never produced, but it says this. So what, you're just going to believe me because I use the word classified documents? I mean, then you're really easy to fool, my friend. I'll be real with you. Hey, bro, I got some classified documents here that says that you should just super chat in $100 though. Like, I'm being real with you. The classified documents are right here, my friend. I won't show you them. I will never produce them, but they're right here, bro. Just trust me.
Their own people. And for some reason, the media is too scared to point all of this crap out to you. They're too scared of being painted as if they're going to be like anti-Muslim or something for pointing out the obvious, that just the freaking attack direction alone, just the attack direction alone makes literally no sense. The actual attack would have came from a different direction.
Yeah, bro, but why are you assuming that it came from here? Why are you assuming when no U.S. intelligence has stated, or any type of intelligence or news agency has pretty much stated where the locations of these warships are? He's making the assumption that it's right here when it could have been put up here. They could have been a little bit closer. Shoot, they could have been on the other side of the goddamn strait and made that shot. So, yeah, my friend, you can't just sit there and assume that, oh, yeah, this is where the warships are. This is the path that we know to travel, even though you got simulated attack right here, alleged attack. So he don't even know if this is the trajectory that the actual missiles came from. But he's making this. Remember, this is a theory, even though he's framing it as true. I mean, look, information presented may not be verified, and our thoughts and the opinions of this channel. So he's playing it safe, and that's why he hasn't got a no community note or anything, because he's framed it as his thoughts and opinions of this channel and not framing it as an actual fact of the matter, or he'd got a community note.
This is my other favorite part. Smart, you guys ready?
Give it to him.
Let's take a look at who the New York Times used for a source in their article. Remember how I told you we'd pull them up and we'd look at them? This guy right here, Mahdi Yus 313, HDI_YOUS313 over on X, in case you want to look it up. This guy was one of their sources for one of the videos.
All right, guys, and the call-in link has been posted, guys. You can go ahead and go to the main page, hit the post tab. You can go ahead and hit that link, guys, and appreciate the support for helping me hit that goal. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel.
On the ground.
We
demand that Kuwait hand over this humiliated American Zionist pilot to Iran and demonstrate its goodwill. His frickin' name's tagged at the bottom of the dang video. His entire page is filled with crap like this. Literally, his entire page is filled with stuff like this.
Like, brother, look, what you forgot is honestly to explain the relevance also of this, profile that you keep showing. He's yet to explain the relevance of it.
I think I put a second one in there as well. Yep.
Okay.
Renewing the covenant with the commander of Hearts.
Okay.
Brigadier General Musavi, commander of the aerospace force of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution, this morning, Thursday, by being present near the sacred resting place of martyr Lieutenant General Haj Qusam Soleimani.
Yeah.
He's got multiple posts praising Soleimani. The guy that used to run the IRGC that killed, hundreds, if not thousands of U.S. troops in the Middle East, definitely wounded thousands. That guy. Praising him. Source, New York Times. This is my other favorite.
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry. I get what you're trying to say, but that honestly means nothing. Who he praises does not put any shade on the validity of the information that he's sharing. Sorry. I'm sorry, bro. It don't. Or else that means we can discount anybody that, we just don't like as like telling a lie. And I'm be real with you. Some people that you don't like be telling you the truth. So to sit there and be like, I don't like who he supports, so how could you believe him? Well, I'm gonna be real with you. He's the closest motherfucker to the problem. He's closer than you. I mean, you're over here in America trying to tell us exactly what's going on in Iran. I mean, you're worse than him.
I can't even remember the name of this news agency, but it came from their, what do you call it? Their Telegram handle. That's right. Now I remember. The Mizzen News Agency. Mizzen News Agency. 100,000 subscribers over on Telegram.
Muted? I got muted again.
The Mizzen News Agency, ladies and gentlemen, is operated by Iran's judiciary.
Like I said, look, and this is the problem here. If you're just saying that everything that comes out of Iran is a lie, then I mean, that's where things get tricky, because that kind of leaves it to, mainstream media and U.S. media to sit here and tell us that, whatever we say is the gospel and you just got to believe us, and whatever foreign media tells you is what, a lie? Like, bro, you kind of see where he's setting you up. He's trying to say that, any voices out of Iran, just don't trust. Don't trust Iranian medical. Don't trust the Iranian Red Crescent, which is reporting to deaths. Don't trust the Iranian media, which is just out there reporting on the ground and reporting what's been going on. Don't trust them. Anything that comes out of Iran, don't trust. That's pretty much what he's saying. And I mean, bro, you can't investigate like that. You got to be able to look at all sources. If you're just looking at one side, you're only getting one side of the story. And I mean, that's not really doing a real investigation now, is it? You're kind of just looking for self-confirmed. It's bias at that point. But it is what it is.
The regime.
Have it.
The Iranian regime. So the two video sources that they ended up using for this entire thing were,
I mean, think about it. We said the same thing about the Gaza Health Ministry. Oh, the numbers they're reporting are lies. And then it comes out to be true. So what, are we going to do the same thing with Iran?
Random independent people. They're hardline extremist freaking regime supporting nut jobs.
Well, yeah. I mean,
first, let's go.
Yes, them being hardline regime supporting nut jobs, I'm gonna be real with you, doesn't mean that everything they give you or whatever they're telling you is a lie. Just because they have a loyalty to their government doesn't mean everything they tell you is a lie. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Just because I have loyalty to the United States of America, does that mean everything I tell you is a lie because I have a loyalty to a government? I mean, because we all can't be trusted at that point.
this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War to quickly wrap up this investigation.
But all right, guys. Well, shoot. I mean, I'm wondering. Hey, did that convince you? Did that convince you? Do you still hold the same position, guys? Shoot. Let me know. Let me know. And you guys can come on here. Like I said, you can go to the main page, post tab. You'll see the call-in link or the StreamYard link, and we can go ahead and have you up. I do want to hear y'all thoughts. Those who agree with what my man is saying and those who disagree. I want to hear from both sides.
The New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carolyn, with the DHS currently under a partial Democrat shutdown, does the administration have any specific concerns about potential impact on Homeland Security or intelligence monitoring of sleeper cells inside the United States? And do you have any comment on the bombing, the two individuals that bombed New York City or tried to?
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable to see that attack in New York City. I know the FBI is investigating, and the Department of Justice.
Which involved one of our, well, be real with you all. I guess it's probably some of y'all favorite protesters, but I consider him a very low IQ individual. Be real with you. The man is something wrong with him. But Jake Lang, yes, I believe that's what they're talking about. Jake Lang and how he was out there protesting. And apparently some idiot took it upon themselves to try to throw it. What was it? A needle bomb at him. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get right into that. Actually, I do remember having that up. Let me see here if I can go ahead and pull it up on the quick side. CNN torch over now deleted posts about, okay, here it is.
In quote, two Pennsylvania teenagers from CNN facing backlash over a now deleted post about the two New York City terror suspects who threw those IEDs outside of Gracie Mansion. Here's the original post. CNN writing, quote, two Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day enjoying the city during abnormally warm weather. Yeah.
Nah, they came out for violence. They came for violence. Let's be real.
That's their first line. But in less than an hour, their lives would drastically change as the pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs during an anti-Muslim protest outside of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's home. But after facing fierce criticism, CNN put out a statement saying the post, quote, failed to reflect the gravity of the incident, thereby breaching the editorial standards we require for all our reporting. Here to react, Fox News contributor and Washington Examiner senior writer Joe Concha. Joe, how does someone who has managed to get a job at the national news level, you know, understanding what the lead of a story is and what's the supplemental information in a story, ever think to write that story like it's a feature in the travel section?
Great question and great framing there, Todd. Not only did they bury the lead, they put it like 10 feet under, picked it up and buried it again. I mean, this is not something that you could take seriously in any way, shape, or form. I mean, imagine if CNN covering the Pearl Harbor attacks of 1941, it would sound something like this. You know, two Japanese sailors were in the Pacific in search of mermaids, like in that Tom Hanks movie Splash, when suddenly they stumbled upon this thing called Hawaii and the U.S. military port called Pearl Harbor, when suddenly they were unwittingly engaged in these attacks on U.S. naval operations. It's really no different in terms of what we're seeing here, what happened in New York over the weekend. If these IEDs went off, Todd, it would be like the Boston bombing all over again, more than a decade ago. And we remember what happened there. A 10-year-old boy was blown up. 3 people were killed, 500 injured. Look, these suspects are Islamic extremists who sought to take out and maim Americans that they disagreed with. And the mayor, Zohran Mamdani, like we just heard from our last guest,
phantom fireworks
in his statements afterwards, prioritized the protesters who were protesting against him, or at least, you know, against the.
But all right, now let's get over to the guy who pretty much, well, I guess got these guys so pissed off that they had to go ahead and make what? Try to make a bomb to hurt these people, hurt this guy, which is crazy. But look, man, I don't agree with this guy, Jake Lang, either. I think he's a freaking retard. I'm sorry, I really do. Like, the guy's a retard. He's retarded. But let's be real. He don't deserve to be attacked for what he says. Just ignore this dumbass and just keep it pushing. I'm talking about to the Muslims out there. Ignore this dumbass and keep it pushing. Don't even engage with him. It's not even worth it. Like, guys like him, you can't debate them because they just go off straight ignorance. They go off straight hatred. There's nothing you can do with a guy like this, but just ignore him. Well, what's going on, Sid?
Yo, what's good?
It's all good, man. Shoot, what you thinking so far?
Dude, I'm totally convinced by that Tard video you were playing.
Oh, he convinced you? So what? You think it was Iran?
Well, yeah, dude, I think it was an Iranian Tomahawk missile, like the president said.
Hey, well, hold on. I mean, he said other countries use tomahawks. Other countries.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, like Iran. Oh. What
You're
country
right.
did he mean?
Yeah. I'll be real with you. That's what kind of trapped me up too. I'm like, damn it, don't tell me you're trying to insinuate that they got tomahawks.
Well, that's the same day he said that the war is very much complete and also just the beginning, and that it could be both. So who really knows where this guy is or what he thinks or
Yeah,
what he's doing.
Everybody's trying to look for a coherent message on this war. Everybody's looking for one.
Yeah. And the administration can't seem to provide one. See, I don't know if it's like calculated him doing that so that since we live in such a bifurcated like environment, all the people that want to go tell their audience that the war is almost complete can run with that clip of him saying that, and then everyone else can go off them saying like it's just the beginning, or if they're just trying. I don't know if it's calculated on purpose or if it's they just have not got their messaging down at all.
But man, think about it. The way we got into this war kind of seemed like it was a rushed decision. Like, think about it. According to Rubio, I mean, how prepared could we be? Israel pulled up to us and said, yeah, we're going to attack them.
Yeah.
Like, good luck. It's like, well, what preparation do we really have?
Which apparently they did to at least Obama. It's confirmed they tried to do the same thing to Obama.
Yeah, I seen the
video. And it seems like
yeah.
He didn't take that seriously. At least he didn't like get into a war with Iran.
True. Yeah, he didn't budge on it. So, and it makes a lot of sense why Obama was now rushing to get them into JCPOA, because he kind of knew where the Zionists were going.
Well, that was one of his biggest accomplishments as president, honestly. And I do think the only real reason Trump pulled out of it is because Obama was the one that did it. He just hates Obama. He's that petty.
Yeah, but then, I always do hear the other arguments, but the lifting of sanctions and, he gave them pallets of money. I mean, yeah, when you lift sanctions, you get your money back that we kind of froze up.
Yeah, I hate that framing that people do. It's like, we gave them our own money. No, it was unfrozen assets that were theirs, specifically frozen to have leverage over them in negotiations like this. So if they negotiate, then ideally you use that leverage and give them a fucking carrot,
And we give them back their money, and it's fair is fair. But we kind of effed that up as soon as Donald Trump ripped it up. He invoked the sanctions back again, and then after that, it was no point of Iran even abiding by it. Actually, outside as 2019 to 2021, that's when Iran made the biggest gains in their nuclear capability.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This war is crazy. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, well, you already know my sense. I don't like it, but if we can end this by the end of the month, I'll be all right. But if not,
but that's the thing is like I hope most people feel like that if Trump does try to find an off ramp and this is over in a month. But here's what did you see Chris? You know who Chris Murphy is, right?
Yeah.
He posted a thread after that closed session with the Senate by the DOD.
Yeah, I seen it. He was pretty much saying, he was like, bro, I'm concerned. I mean, it doesn't look like we have a real plan. It's like, yeah.
Well, he said now the plan is to take out their naval assets and their missiles and a lot of their military assets, which is kind of what seemingly already happened in a large part. But he said, like, okay, what happens when we stop bombing them and they start rebuilding them? The only answer to that is we keep doing this every couple of months. And then, so is it really ended if it's announced in a month or two, just like Midnight Hammer operations were announced?
We're just going to mow the grass on the Iranians for what? The next, 5-10 years until they just have no missile capabilities?
And we're expecting them to never improve and never get better at, like, not being targeted. Like I was talking about earlier with the drone interceptors that Ukraine is providing. They developed those, and they're like the only thing that works really good against the Shahed right now. They developed those while in an active war, fighting against the Russians. So obviously, Iran is going to be able to innovate if this keeps happening. Like, I don't think they'll keep making the same mistake over and over and over and over again.
Oh, hold on here now. The guy's video, the guy I was just reacting to, he actually put out like a post about an hour ago, bro. So the New York Times claims that the Department of War has reached a verdict that the U.S. did strike the Iranian school with a tomahawk. And this is like, ongoing military investigations have determined that the United States is responsible for a deadly tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian elementary school, according to U.S. officials and other familiar with the preliminary findings.
Hey, I can't blame anyone that doesn't want it to be true, right?
Me neither. I can't either. I don't want it to be true myself, but I gotta get down to the bottom of it.
Right. It's horrifying, and I feel like most people are horrified when they see.
It's got sirens going on.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, there was sirens going on, and it completely blocked whatever you were saying out.
Sorry. Yeah. Ambulance drove by our fire truck, but no. When we see videos and images of Russians targeting civilian infrastructure like playgrounds and schools, or Israel doing it in Gaza, I mean, most people are horrified by that. And there's just another level to it when it's your own damn country,
Not a cope, bro. The cope is real. Hey, no, he said, he said, members of the press have quit working out of the Pentagon for refusing to agree to no leaking and seeking Pentagon/military staff for such reasons. Further, the Pentagon has gone after members of the military for leaking accurate and false information to the press. Kind of makes you wonder how many times we have seen false statements from anonymous sources familiar with the matter. So he's pretty much trying to say that these guys don't know what they're talking about, aka the military investigators don't know what they're talking about, and these are the guys who talked into the New York Times. Like,
he's still doubling down,
bro. And this is the guy's video I just reacted to.
Oh gosh,
doubling down. This was an hour ago, bro. An hour ago,
dude. And the people that do this for free, man, he better be getting paid by the Trump administration to do this amount of fucking.
Nah, he's getting that
propaganda.
Or maybe he just believes in the American military so much that that's why he's doing it.
Well, that's ignorant.
I mean, I can.
No,
I don't know, but we can relate.
It's loyalty.
But the American military has committed atrocities many times. We're not.
Every military has committed atrocities.
Exactly. That's why you shouldn't blindly just trust the military.
There are some people that are extremely loyal. It has nothing to do with ignorance. It has to do with loving the military, being from a military family, and believing the best in our military. There are people like that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
If you want to believe the best about your military, you should hold them accountable when they make mistakes like this. You shouldn't just wipe it under the rug,
No one's trying to swipe it under the rug.
No,
this guy is.
But no, people on, sadly, our side have been trying to sweep this under the rug. They've been trying to say, oh, no, it's not true. It's actually Iran and all this wild stuff. But as more and more evidence come out, now we got apparently conclusive evidence that's probably going to start hitting the CNN, Fox News within the next couple of hours that, we were responsible for the deadly Tomahawk missile strike. And here's the problem. Now, when we got confirmation, we got people out here just crashing out, going like, oh, no, this couldn't be true. I wouldn't be surprised if this was proven false later. It can't be. It's fake news. It's the New York Times. It's like, bro.
Yeah, how can you be so loyal to the military that you're fucking arguing with the military's own conclusion?
Exactly. And that's where it's kind of getting a bit delusional.
Like I said, there are people that are that loyal to the military.
I can see that.
Yeah, if your loyalty is blinding you to the truth, then you're loyal to a fault, and you should be criticized for it.
But all right, though, I do want to get over.
Right.
Now, I do want to get over to my man John B. He says #Iranians are literally celebrating freedom. Boy, where? Well, what? In Australia, sure. In America, in the UK, sure, but not in Tehran. They're hiding. Actually, the places that we've been bombing, are these highly liberal areas where most of the people there don't agree with the Ayatollah, aka we're killing the people who don't support the Ayatollah, since we're bombing these main cities. Mainly the supporters, the hardcore supporters of the Ayatollah, live out there in the country, in the outskirts of the city. Where are we bombing? Where all the highly educated Iranians are at, in the capital.
Hey, I got a quick question for you. Did you apparently Iran was originally like the Dubai of the Middle East back in at least the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, but when they had the Shah and they had like a little fair dealings with Israel, like bro,
I didn't realize they were that. I didn't realize they were that. I didn't realize they were basically the Dubai. I knew they were in a much better position, but I didn't realize it was that good.
Yeah, it was great.
It was a
great for
playground.
those who were at the top, and then after a while, the Shah got a bit authoritarian.
Yeah.
They started skipping out on. They started skimming money from the people, and then things went awry. But for anybody thinking that Iranians are celebrating the strikes on their country, yeah, the ones outside of it, but the ones inside of it, they're living in terror. And be real with you.
And so like, even if they were initially celebratory about the strikes or the ones that killed Khomeini, at least, I think the blowing up of the energy infrastructure and desalination plants and schools are going to turn them against this pretty quickly, especially when it's raining oil down on you. And that's going to cause, like, who knows the amount of ecological damage and health consequences that's going to cause for the millions of people living in Tehran or around the area.
And I would love to think that we're just striking military targets, but bro, we've even struck one of their like media centers.
Yeah.
Hold on. What does that have to do with military?
Well, you could make the argument that it has to do with military because it's state-ran media.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you still have that list that they came out with for the U.S.'s surrender, quote unquote?
Oh yeah, for us to pretty much surrender to that. Well, for them to surrender to us is what they. Yeah, for them to surrender to us, they said. They said, look, if you want us to surrender, you're gonna have to take off all the sanctions. You gotta apologize for the bombing of the school. I mean, bro, they had some pretty crazy points there.
And didn't they say to the Gulf states, like, hey, we'll stop bombing you if you kick out the Americans from your country?
Oh, yeah, no more American bases, too. I was like, oh, man, they're trying to hit us where it hurts.
Yeah. Monty wants to know if he can come up.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Because he thinks he's still unable to.
Oh, no,
also, Seth, did you see, there's like an ABC report that the FBI has warned a bunch of police departments in California that Iran wants to strike the West Coast with drones.
It's like, come on. Well, like, they're trying to fearmonger. At a certain point, this is fearmongering.
I don't think Shaheeds are that capable of going that far.
Well, I don't know, because last week, our National Guard there was something up in the sky. And because I live right next to the Ohio National Guard, the Ohio Air National Guard, and they took off. Like they don't do practices or exercises on weekdays at night. They do them on the weekends. And they started hauling ass. They weren't even in formation. They just started hauling ass after this thing. So. And I'm not getting anything from the guys up at the truck stop. And usually they're pretty open about talking about their exercises and stuff. They like doing that. They like being, they're guys, they're military, they're young.
All right. Let's go ahead and get back to Caroline Levitt. Let's see what she got to say.
This and SDNY have announced they are charging those two individuals and alleged terrorists, and I know they won't rest until justice is sought in this case. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. Millions of Americans are filing taxes for the first time since the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act into law. New reports say that new IRS data says that the average federal
tell Monty to try again.
Okay, we'll do.
Around $3,800, a little bit up from the last period of last year. Does the president believe that the average federal tax refund increasing this year could provide a little bit more economic growth, something that he's been very focused on as the year progresses?
Absolutely. And Americans are going to start benefiting from the fruits of President Trump and Republicans' labor through the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these historic tax cuts. We are midway through tax season. So just to provide an update from the Treasury Department.
Oh, hold on. And shout out to my man Jet. He says, so what intel was the Department of War going off of, the CIA or the Mossad? I mean, that's also a good question, too. I think they just went off their own military analysis. They were just trying to slow roll it. They were probably hoping and praying that it wasn't what they were thinking it was.
I'm surprised this came out while the operation's still going on. I thought they'd wait till it was over and then kind of quietly release it. But
strategically, that'd have been smart. I'm not even gonna lie, smart, but you wouldn't really be seen as trustworthy after that. But hold on, man.
Yeah.
Let's shout out to my man Monty, bro. Monty, what's going on?
What up, big dog? So I am not gonna take the Tard position. I spoke to my mom about this, who's very familiar with how Tomahawks and Patriots work. But so she said, as soon as the command level and the 72-hour report, that the one that we got like right after this happened, that's the command general internal review. And she said if they said that we likely hit it, then we absolutely hit it. Like there's like that, because you can and I suspected this, like you can literally go into the strike package data and go down to the individual sailor or individual airman or individual soldier that directed that missile to where it went. So it's a very simple, did we have coordinates at this location? Yes or no? So it sounds like they did that initial report, found out, yeah, we had that coordinates, the ones that are in the school, typed into a Tomahawk somewhere, and that's what hit. So, but I wanted to address something you said about the strike location. I don't think he was hitching his whole wagon. And now, obviously, more than likely, he's wrong about this, but it was very good speculation. Simply put, we know the missile came from the water, and the point that he was making is it came from northwest going south. So any way you cut it, if you put the pin on any position in the water, it would have to come all the way around and button hook to go down to so that you could get the viewing angle that you've seen with the Tomahawk. And then the second point is not that sometimes the Tomahawks dive like that. It's one variant that can dive like that. The rest of them do not have the capability to dive like that. Like at that steep angle.
Okay. But okay, that was the only problem though, because if he'd just put like a circle on, all right, well, this is where it could have been, and these are how all the trajectories it could have took. I mean, that may have been a bit complicated, but
yeah,
that was my main problem, was him pretty much.
I'll put it to you this way.
Yeah, go ahead.
It could have came from anywhere in the water. We more than likely it came from the water. It wasn't launched by land. But for it to have come from the water, you could literally put that pin anywhere. And in order to get the trajectory that you saw in the video of the Tomahawk going down, it would have had to have done what he said, go inland and then turn around. Like, it doesn't make sense that we would send it up through enemy land, because you got this point wrong as well. The longer a war goes on, the less accurate you get. When the war initially starts, their interceptors are ready to go. So there is a chance, if you're flying over enemy land, that your shit's going to get knocked down. So he's right. He's right in what he's saying. As a war goes longer, like say 2, 3, 4 weeks, munitions start getting less accurate because you haven't done the PMs on those munitions to make them as accurate as they are. And that goes for our munitions as well as theirs. And that's why he was also saying, he didn't put this out, but my mom filled this piece of information in that I just gave you, is the reason he was so skeptical on why we hit the corner of a building is because, like, to your point, this was the very beginning of the attacks. Every Tomahawk that's firing should absolutely be pinpoint accurate. It's only as they go later in and they don't do the preventative maintenances, say they don't dust the cobwebs off the fucking tails, they start losing accuracy. That's why. So every point that he made from a munitions standpoint was correct. Like the way we would fire them, the way they would travel, every single one of them, and even up to the viewing angle and the inconsistencies with what a Tomahawk looks like and what an Iranian cruise missile. And I don't believe if Trump said that Iran has Tomahawks, that's not true. They have cruise missiles. They absolutely do have cruise missiles, which was giving air to that claim that this was an Iranian cruise missile. But all of that, literally everything that I just said, is irrelevant if the United States military themselves is saying we did this.
Yeah. Right, and that's the problem.
Literally everything
Even
I
though
just
he could
said.
be talking about, even though he could be correct in what he's talking about in terms of munitions, the amount of evidence that he's working with to speculate in that way, and it wasn't just mere speculation. He was trying to make a positive
Assert
claim.
it. He was trying to assert it. Yeah.
And so there's just not
I think
enough
that's what
known
anybody is
about some of the
doing.
stuff he was talking about.
And unless you are CENTCOM, unless you are the IRGC and making statements, everything everybody has said is speculation. Literally everything everybody has said is speculation. Nothing is. It might come from more informed sources, like you might have someone that works in missile defense saying, "Hey, no, this is how this works." That is still speculation because stuff is fucking compartmentalized above you, unless you're the one that did the mission, and then that's treason if you're telling people that.
Yeah, except more and more evidence has just come out to the contrary of like the people that are claiming that the U.S. didn't do it or couldn't have done it.
I didn't. I refuse to accept any speculation as proof of anything. I want to hear from CENTCOM, yes, this is what we did. No, this is not what we did. Because they do. They absolutely know fucking what they hit, how many people they hit. The issue that I still have lingering in my head is now that I'm seeing clearer pictures of the building, how did 160 people die in what's essentially 500 square feet? That's my question I would like to pose, because that building, the building that's actually affected, like you have videos of them inside the classrooms and the classrooms aren't blown out. What, like how did 180 people or whatever the thing is now, or 111 girls and like 50 staff, how did all of those people die? Where were they all sitting right there as the missile blew up?
Possibly. I mean, that's definitely a possibility, but like I said, it could have been held in assembly and it just happened to hit them at the right time. Well,
Yeah, and do we know if it was like multiple stories, like one or two with a basement? Like, I don't know. These are all questions that would
to me, it
be
looks like it
revealed.
was to me, it looks like it was 2 stories and a roof, which could have been 3 stories. Maybe they were, eating lunch out on the balcony. I don't know. But I will say this, and I don't know how much shit I'm going to get for this, but when a Tomahawk is going to the ground, there is a feed on it. Like there is a sailor watching that missile go in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like fire and forget and you don't have any spotters on the ground. We make sure to the point that our Patriot missile defense systems can shoot one out of the sky if it's going awry.
Yeah.
And
I think one of the big issue with this is like admitting to any of this, which I'm trusting that they will if we did it, which it looks like we did. But admitting to it would have to be admitting a mistake somewhere and admitting imperfection. And I think this administration, above others, is really hesitant to do that. Whether it be they were going off old data that they had or old intelligence that they had, whether it was like something.
Let me give you a piece of information. Every one of these reports or whatever, after you have a loss of life or casualties, has to be closed and definitive within 30 days. So there's a piece of information that you can hold the Trump administration to. If it takes more than 30 days for this report to be concluded, and every single detail, and they're good at explaining details. Like if you've ever read an IRGC, or not an IRGC, commanding CGRI, commanding
Freudian
general
slip.
response incident. It's very, very, very specific. Like go look up the USS Greenville when it surfaced and killed that Japanese fishing boat. Like it is very, 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 very detailed, and you can see who made the fuck up. If it was a fuck up, I maintain that if we hit this building, we hit it for a reason. We did it on purpose.
Yeah,
and
but that could still mean
that
could still mean there was a mistake there. Like it could be
it
off
was a
bad
mistaken
intelligence.
intelligence, but a purposeful strike.
Yeah.
And
But also, Monty, something that concerns me is, I don't know if you guys saw this. It came out a few months ago. Came out last year, I think. But in Trump's first term, there was this operation that we tried to conduct on the coast of North Korea, and it got foiled by basically some North Korean fishermen. And our special forces just kind of unloaded and killed all these fishermen. And we didn't get reports on that until like 6 years later. So
it might have been.
I don't know. I do have a lot of skepticism about. But you said like these death reports have to come out whenever there's a death at all. There was a death in that situation. There was deaths in that situation. Yeah, we didn't hear anything about it.
But the president, and the Joint Chiefs can absolutely classify those reports. So
yeah, that's
now that there's so much attention on this particular incident, I don't think that they can classify it. They might try to, because this is egg on our face.
But that would just be an admission in itself. Nobody would buy that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think, and I will still maintain this until I die. I do not think that there is a person, number one, in the United States government that's like, you know what? School, girls' school? Yeah, that's a legitimate target. Let's fuck that up.
I definitely don't think there are in the higher ups, and I really don't want to believe that. I don't think that that's the most likely case at all, but I think that there could be some soldiers that, like you were talking about the other day, it might have been on Discord, that there are some people that, or maybe it was gaming, some people that join the military just because they want to kill, you know? And
absolutely. But there's people like that are there. So there's so many checks and balances to operating a munition like that. It's not even funny. It's not just one guy steering it. It's a watch commander with fucking X, Y, and Z. Now, that's not to say that there couldn't have been a failure in leadership, because that's usually what happens when shit like this happens. It's a failure in leadership somewhere. Because it is so fucking binary. It's go, no go, yes, no, fucking down to the 10th digit on the grid coordinate. And this is boding well for Iran. So I think this is what is going on. Personally, I think we made a fuck up, or maybe it wasn't a fuck up. Maybe it was a legitimate military target. Maybe they were taking somebody out in that school. They didn't know it was a school because their intel is 10 years old, or 5 years old, or 3 years old, or whatever. Because every point he brought up,
or they did the collateral damage cost analysis. And was like, this one guy is worth taking out X amount of civilians, which does happen. I mean, people do that.
There are formulas. There are formulas that our government takes, but it is always in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the IWC or IHC, the International Humanitarian Law Council. Like every single one of those decisions is run through that. So if we,
I mean, yes, but also I feel like Pete Hegseth has said, like, I don't exactly know what he's referencing, but it leads me to believe it's like international law and Geneva Convention when he says like no more politically correct war, no more woke war, like
so no more politically correct war refers to.
He says like
yes.
Do away with rules of engagement. Like,
yes,
and that
rules
is a
of
rule of
engagement are
engagement.
what we did. So you have to understand the history of the Iraq War to understand what he's saying, because he personally served in the Iraq War. The rules of engagement in 2003 followed international law. They absolutely did. The rules in 2015 or 2011 when the rules of engagement changed to you had to be shot at and sustain casualties is what he's talking about. That's the politically correct war, because we were trying to win quote unquote hearts and minds. And if we just went and fucking attacked every single thing that was a legitimate military target, it's kind of hard to win quote unquote hearts and minds. That's what people refer to when we want the rules of engagement changed, because we don't care about hearts and minds. We care about achieving our mission quickly and expeditiously with the least amount of casualties on our side. And that's
Well, that's fair,
that's where
Monty,
the
but
political correctness comes in. It's not
I'm
about
saying right
international
now,
law.
I'm saying right now, he's never been very clear about that, and it does lend into like he doesn't really give a fuck about international law or the Geneva Convention, or because
No,
he's very
so
vague about it when he talks about it.
That lends to it from someone on the outside looking in. But anybody that understands how the rules of engagement changed in the Iraq War, in the Afghanistan War, understands what he's talking about. And I am one of those people that watched the rules of engagement change and then watched the death toll go higher and higher and higher and higher, because we had to take losses before we could return fire. That's within the laws of war. That's like the most lenient possible way to conduct war. But it's also
Did
going to give you the
civilian
most
casualties go down when the
No, they
rules
did
of
not.
engagement
No,
changed?
they did not.
Because it seems
There's
like
what?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
So civilian casualties did not go down, not because we weren't shooting civilians, but because the bombs that were going off were killing other civilians too in order to hit us.
Was the rules
If
of
you don't push
engagement changed because of a response to some of the stuff we saw our people doing over there in terms of how they conducted themselves? Things like Abu Ghraib.
that doesn't change
stuff
rules
like
of
that.
engagement. So that
I mean that could change the policy. They could be like, okay, well, we need to change rules of engagement here because we're being a little too gung ho on what we're doing with civilians and people that have been taken out of combat.
Civilian casualties did not decrease. Civilian casualties remained steady at the same rate that they were going. Remember, we have always had the capability since bombs over Baghdad to strike with very fucking pinpoint precision. So if we make a cost analysis on something, there is a bigger story to it than 111 kids died. There is a much bigger story to that than that.
And
Or
all right,
maybe
guys,
maybe their cost analysis was just lopsided. I don't know.
All right, now we did spend a good amount of time on this conversation. Let's get over to the next video, guys. All right.
The war between the United States and Iran is growing and expanding, at least as of now. 7 Americans are confirmed killed in the conflict as of today. Casualties are rising. Iran reportedly has selected a new supreme leader. Iran's Assembly of Experts selected Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini, the 56-year-old son of the late Ayatollah. Many analysts view Mojtaba as more radical than his father. He built strong ties within Iran's IRGC,
He looks nicer.
Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is the most hardline military faction in the country. He also played a role in slaughtering people after the 2009 protests in Iran. He won't be winning any human rights awards. Nevertheless, he received the adoration of a huge crowd in Tehran after the announcement of his selection. To be clear, that was not a crowd gathered to greet Americans.
Now, it has been reported that this guy was injured during a strike, and he has injuries to his leg. So, right now he is out of public eye. Like, even for his grand appearance, they brought out a cutout cardboard of this guy's face on it. And, everybody just went wild.
Didn't this guy lose like his entire family in these strikes already?
Yes, he did. He lost his wife. He lost his daughter. I mean, bro, I was like, damn, wife, daughter, and father. I was like, yeah, he's on a revenge trail. But
I'm gonna level with you guys. Don't be surprised if he gets taken out.
I'm be real with you.
I won't be.
I won't.
Don't be.
I'll be real with you.
Like, I hate to
guys,
say
he looks nicer. He does look nicer.
He does look
just because he doesn't look as old. He doesn't look like the bearded lady anymore. But
if he does, we can put in his grandson. We could put in Khomeini's grandson, right?
No, it does not make sense to put the guy that's going to be more radicalized by the fact that his family just got killed as power, as a power structure. That it's
Well,
not
it seems
going to
like we
fly.
don't really have a choice because Trump said he wanted to pick the next, have a hand in the next leader, and then they just picked this guy.
Yeah, so they'll pick this guy, and he'll say nope and swipe left on him, literally, and fucking delete him. I don't agree with that because I believe that you should be prosecuted for things that you commit after you commit them, not before you commit them. But that's this is now war. It's overwhelming power to force submission. It's not. We're gonna wait and see how this goes. This is not a Iranian coup. This is a war.
Yep. But all right, let's get back to it.
Unlike his father, who sometimes balanced factions, Mustafa's power base lies primarily in the most anti-American factions of the military and clerical leadership. He has the opportunity to change. We are describing the history to you accurately. So we killed the Ayatollah, and things may have gotten worse. Joining us now, retired Army Lieutenant General, former National Security Advisor to President Trump, former Director of National Intelligence for President Obama, General Michael Flynn. General, we now see fronts opening up in this war in Lebanon, in Iraq. Do you see the war as expanding or contracting in the current moment?
Yeah, I think it's expanding, Matt. I honestly, and I also think that we're going to see a front here in the United States of America. There's some reporting now of some communications that apparently have been intercepted about waking up some of these sleeper cells right here in America. So when we talk about this war is not going to be just isolated to the Persian Gulf.
I don't know why, but I believe they have terrorist cells, but I don't know about the sleeper cells. Just because
that's what a terrorist cell is. Set. It's a sleep.
No. It's like they're a bit different. Like the terrorist cell, they're all all together. Well, I would say this: they're not as trained well as sleepers. Like actual sleepers, literally get trained
in spies
the American way.
And
right?
my thing is,
like it's a lot more like time and detail to get a sleeper than a terrorist cell.
Yeah,
so
that cell would have
over a bunch of immigrants who cross the border. A sleeper, you actually got to train that guy in American schools, literature, cartoons. You got to actually make him an actual American, then ship him off to America like the Russians do.
Can I make a statement then, based off of this? So we were told for years and years and years that we weren't going to have any sleeper cells, that immigration from all these Muslim countries was not going to cause any problems in the United States. And now are they admitting that they were wrong about that and that Trump was right to put a ban on Arab countries traveling to the United States? If
Iran is an Arab country, man. Iran's different. And Iran is an Arab country, and the only time people started complaining about this was after Joe Biden, his administration, where a bunch of people came in. But there's still no evidence of this. This is just speculation. We haven't have any evidence of sleeper cells. Like, it's still just speculation at this point.
But there's intel coming out. According to this guy, he is a general. Remember. He is saying
Michael
that there's
Flynn, like Pizzagate Flynn. This guy is like a huge conspiracy theorist.
He's a general in the military. So if anybody's going to be a conspiracy theorist and be listened to, it probably should be the guy that's seen what he's conspirizing. And
he got kicked out of Trump's administration for being fucking crazy, man.
So either one of two things is correct. Either Trump was right when he instituted the Arab ban in his first term. This is before Biden let all these people across the border. Remember, or Trump was wrong, and there is no sleeper cells or terrorist cells in the United States, and immigration works perfectly fine.
Like Seth was saying, a sleeper cell would oftentimes be a person that's already a citizen. These people are going to be people that are hard to get out. They're integrated into the country completely, maybe even born here, or maybe they were sent to a different country and then came here and have been living here amongst us for years and years. So, like, doing a Muslim ban on Arab states is not going to solve that problem.
I mean, it'll slow down the extremism flowing over the border.
If it exists, it wouldn't solve that problem. But, like, it would solve the problem of, like, random terrorists coming over, I guess. But the sleeper cell thing, no.
Right,
And
but
that's what
so
I
how
was.
do sleeper cells usually communicate with handlers though that are of the original terrorist cell?
Oh, guys, and shout out to Nurse Terry Irving. She says, "Who says he hasn't committed any crimes yet just because he's not in charge yet?" Well, hey, he was basically a key figure
Hey,
in
Seth.
the Revolutionary Guard. Yeah, what's
Set.
up?
So
Yeah,
Terry told me to tell you her name is Terry Vinning.
Vinning.
It's
Irving?
not Irving.
Wow.
Like read read
Vinning.
through it. Yeah, it's Terry Vinning.
Oh, sorry, Terry.
I
Sorry,
missed that
sis.
too.
Man.
So no, that was what I was gonna say, because when you were talking about sleeper cells the other day, Set, I was gonna say I was trying to say, or they were actually being the parents were sent over here to have
Yep.
kids here, and then they had
Yeah.
integrate into American life, but kept the radicalization in the home.
Yeah, like the goal of a sleeper cell is to be so like American. If we're talking about getting bringing a person into America, making that person sleeper cell, is the goal is to make them so American they're indistinguishable. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
like-
you'd have found out bro was a sleeper cell, and you're like, but bro, you know all the American lingo, you know all the history. I mean, you're
That's my IT guy.
You were my
Yeah.
kid's godparent. There were some that they found out. This was decades ago in another sleeper cell in another country, but someone found out their kid's godparent was part of a sleeper cell.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's
hard to call them
so
out.
just mentioning sleeper cell is, and like coming from Iran is enough. You don't even actually have to have the sleeper cells in the United States. Like just saying, oh, there might be sleeper cells in the United States is enough to create enough division and enough chaos to
Yup.
achieve the same objective.
Because think about it, now I'm gonna be weary of almost every Iranian I see. If we're talking about sleeper cells, then I gotta be weary of every Iranian I see, especially the ones that speak perfect English.
Yeah, and that's by design. And it's not by our design to make Americans fucking panic. Again, that goes contrary to what the government wants. They want us all to be docile and fucking on TikTok all day. They don't want us being oh my god, and creating mass pandemonium and mass chaos. It will do. 9/11 did more damage to the American way of life than just killing 3,000 people.
I don't necessarily think that's true, Monty. I think some governments like it when there is mass pandemonium and panic because it gives an excuse and a pretext for stronger crackdown. And like you're saying with 9/11, that gave us the Patriot Act,
and so, but that wasn't our. We weren't trying to create mass pandemonium and mass chaos in our own country and stifle the American movement. We want Americans moving around because that helps our economy. That would help the quote unquote elites that everybody bitches and moans about get more money. Now we have all of these things in place that slow down progress, slow down things, security checks on planes, and it's all security theater for the record. I just want to say that, but at the same token, you don't get to read about the planes that don't crash. You don't get to read about the terrorist attacks that don't happen because it's a self-feeding. It's like eating your tail. It's like a snake eating its tail. It's not good for the country.
Probably make you too paranoid. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Because like, bro,
And
let's say we heard about a story every time like a sleeper cell got captured, bro. We wouldn't probably trust any foreigner outside if you're like white, black, or Hispanic. Like we wouldn't trust anybody outside of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so and if we wanted to do that, all we'd have to do is release all of the information that we have on sleeper cells that we have captured. If we actually, because what Sid is insinuating is that Trump is trying to create mass panic and fucking divide the country so that he can have more authoritarian rule. And that is a legitimate claim. But in order for that to be true or to be visible, he would have to, and it wouldn't be lying. He would just say, oh yeah, these are all the sleeper cells we've captured in the United States. And this is what we've done here to stop this. And this is what they've done here. And it would literally just check boxes in everybody's head to be like, I don't trust anybody. That's if Trump were trying to do it.
they do try to do that. They do try to do that with bringing out like the worst of the worst, often people that they just got from prisons who are already in state prisons and handed over. But when they bring out these people that are terrorists or criminals or gang members and talk about in like gory detail what they did, that is to sow distrust in the American mind about any immigrants, and it's worked very well because even though now the deputy chief of staff is telling congressional Republicans not to talk as much about mass deportations. We did in fact have a president that won on mass deportations based on the fear that he helped stoke.
I mean, but every single thing he did was, I mean, every person that he put up there was a criminal. Like that.
Yeah, but they're not highlighting the good immigrants, the ones that maybe just came here, skipped the line. The only crime they committed was crossing the border illegally, but then they were like a family man and did everything by the book. But that's a large part of the people that have been deported. We have deported all of that, like people that do that. Like we've deported grandmas, you know, we've deported children.
I mean, deporting grandmas that broke the law was also what he ran on. Like,
you just said that those aren't the people we're going after, though, but we are. That's
we're not going after them when they get caught up in a raid. Say your Oswela that you fucking you live with is also an illegal immigrant. You're an illegal immigrant.
No,
All right,
Monty, we are because
we got a bit off topic there, guys. Let's get right back to
real quick. Can I make one last point on it? We were and we are going after those people because they're softer targets and they're giving us numbers like quota numbers to meet. They're giving ICE quotas. And so they go after the softer targets, the people that are showing up in courtrooms, the people that are dropping their kids off at school, the people that are trying to find work. That's why they've been stationed outside of Home Depots and gas stations and outside of courthouses, because those are softer targets. And to meet those quotas, it's easier to go after them than it is the criminals. But that's my piece.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get back to it.
Okay.
May have gotten worse. Joining us now, retired Army Lieutenant General, former National Security Advisor to President Trump, former Director of National Intelligence for President Obama, General Michael Flynn. General, we now see...
Oh, and shout out to John B. He says, mass panic or move eyes? Dude is a simp. Wait, what? Well, mass panic or move eyes? Dude is a simp. I have no idea who he's talking to, but hey, it is what it is.
No, so he's also making a counterpoint to what I said, and both of those things can be true. We also have the Epstein files that they're trying to move eyes from. That's what he's insinuating.
Oh, okay, I get that.
No, I think he said more eyes, kind of talking about maybe like the 5 eyes.
Oh no, or more eyes.
You're right, more eyes. My bad.
Yeah, more eyes to keep an eye out for things.
Oh, then
he's talking about Big Brother.
That too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm weak. Okay, I get where he's going now. He's like, so what? Are we do we deal with mass panic of the sleeper cells, or do we just deal with the more eyes and just go ahead and give over more of our?
Well, you sell the mass panic. You sell the mass panic as a reason for more eyes, more Big Brother in your life, because people are like, yeah, I'm willing to give up my security or my freedom for security, and we have a great prophet named Benjamin Franklin that said that you're an idiot if you do that.
Yeah, but Americans do it all the time. Like we got into these fucking pointless wars on the back of 9/11, where we went into countries that weren't even involved in it, and then we also agreed to having the Patriot Act and the AUMF, and it just created this huge mess. Yeah, we shouldn't, but it's a tried and tested method to get people to give up their freedom.
That's kind of why we are as far into the country as we can be.
But all right, guys.
And we got VPNs and all that. We're trying to keep it low-key as possible.
All right, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Up in this war in Lebanon, in Iraq, do you see the war as expanding or contracting in the current moment?
Yeah, I think it's expanding, Matt. I honestly, and I also think that we're going to see a front here in the United States of America. There's some reporting now of some communications that apparently have been intercepted about waking up some of these sleeper cells right here in America. So when we talk about this war is not going to be just isolated to the Persian Gulf or Iran or even some of the Middle Eastern countries that you just stated and you have on the screen here, like when we talk about Lebanon or Iraq or Jordan or Abu Dhabi or UAE, etc. I do think that we're going to see an expansion of it. They may not be as strong as they once were because, of course, their Navy's been destroyed. Now they're continuing, Israel and the United States is continuing to pound on their ballistic missile capability. But the Iranian military is a powerful military. And I'm not sure we've even touched on their conventional ground force capabilities. I mean, they have a large artillery capability. They have a very, very extensive military. And hopefully some of these people in the conventional Iranian military will turn on the government and join the protesters. But I want people to understand that these guys have had like 40 plus years to prepare for this kind of thing. And this is not a third world country at all. This is a very sophisticated country. They have clearly their problems.
He is right about that.
Ideologically, but it's a relatively.
Wait. Whoops. Sorry, say that again.
No, I'm saying he's absolutely right about everything he's saying. And I think that should go to strengthen how serious we need to take them as a threat and not just wipe them, push them to the side and be like, they're never actually going to intend to do anything to us. And like, they absolutely do not like any of our influence being in the region. Now, set to your point, they have sovereignty. To our point, we are trying to position ourselves on the world stage as the biggest power and make everything come through us to fulfill our fucking objectives in the world.
The sovereignty decider.
The sovereignty
Moxie,
decider.
If we fail here, what does that say about us? Doesn't that kind of say we aren't a hegemonic power anymore?
Yes, to your point, Sid, absolutely that says that. That's why we shouldn't fail.
Yeah, true.
Well, they wouldn't know. No one would know if we didn't try.
I mean, everybody, if any fight that you start or any fight that you engage in, you always have the chance of losing. But no one's going to be like, I'm scared to lose, so I'm going to fight like shit.
The problem is the win conditions, and Trump could try to make this a win for him while also failing and exposing that we're not a hegemonic power anymore that can go against even a country like Iran successfully and accomplish whatever our win conditions are, because they're not very clear.
I mean, I think that they're pretty clear. Just look at what we're actually doing and how successful we are at doing that. Excuse me.
Well, the administration says something different. They say it's about nuclear capabilities. They also said it was about regime change at first. But the military is saying, no, it's just about taking out the Navy and their ballistic missiles. Well, it seems like we've already pretty much done that, and that would provide an easy win. But those things can be rebuilt. Like, those things can just be rebuilt once we stop. So what do? Do we keep going in every couple months and do the same thing over and over? Because that is definitionally a forever war.
Now, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but there has been some new weaponry that's been introduced since in the last 3 days. Last night, I know.
Meaning due to us.
Yeah, ours. There was they were showing videos from Iran of this. I don't know what it was, but it lit up the sky like it was blue, and then a massive fireball came up from the ground. And then I know the bases have something new. It looks like it almost looks like laser technology, but it uses lasers to connect to the missiles or the thing, and it can shoot out anywhere from 100 to 1,000 bullets automatically. That one was, I know Steven was showing that the other day on his channel. But yeah, so there's been some new stuff coming out.
I gotta bow out. Set. When you're done with the show, call me.
Gotcha.
But I'll leave this as my last point. And this, if what you're saying is true, Tove, then that lands credibility to Sid's point more than it does my point, actually. Simply because if we're pulling out all the stops to deal with quote unquote Iran, that's an issue, and that needs to be looked into. I don't think
we're pulling out the stops. I think they're using it to
we're introducing new weapons.
Weaponry. Yeah, and it could
it might be a test, but every time you test something in public, you weaken its strategy in battle.
True. But like I said, even Space Force has become involved and is operating from homeland.
Or maybe it's just us repositioning ourselves. Yeah, we'll pull out all the stops to defeat you single-handedly quickly. I don't know. It's a new Department of Defense. It's a new Department of War. It's a totally different president that thinks outside the box. Maybe he just has a different way of achieving military goals than has been done before.
Hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and get over to the super chat because shout out Nurse Terry. She says, "Remember that feeling you had for months after 9/11? I hated that feeling."
I was 4.5. I was like 4 years old, so no, I don't.
I remember. And I just realized a lot of people don't know how bad it actually was. They really don't.
Yeah, I remember how bad it was. Like honestly, on all communities. Like first, of course, the morning of it all. Then, of course, like you got to remember, like my dad was my stepdad, he's Muslim, so in that community, these guys are kind of like on edge a little bit, like we're not kind of guys. So it was like, bro, it was for everybody there.
I mean, my school was actually dismissed early.
Yeah, I'm gonna bow out. I know I make fun of people that announce they're leaving, but I want to do so that I can tell you that like. Call me when you're done. I don't know if you have to go to work tonight, but call me when you're done.
I got you, big dog.
All right, love you, bro.
All right, should I
Talk to you later, honey.
Another thing that's happening here is we're moving all our like THAAD missile interceptors and all these things from the Asian Pacific and South Korea over to Iran to deal with them there. And earlier in the administration, they were arguing that we couldn't provide much more aid to Ukraine because we were actually low on these kinds of munitions and they needed to go elsewhere. So I don't know. It seems like the administration wants it two ways sometimes, where we have infinite resources, but also no, we don't have infinite resources and we're actually running low. And when they started their campaign
well, I'm sorry.
When they started their campaign.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, anyway, this is the last point. Sorry. But when we first started striking Yemen, when Trump first got in office for the second time, we ended up having to stop those attacks because we were running low on the types of munitions that we were using. We couldn't produce them at a rate that would keep up with how much we were striking the Houthis. So that kind of stuff happening doesn't like bode well for some of the stuff the administration is saying. Maybe they learn from that and they're not going to do that type of thing again. But we got to remember these resources are not infinite.
And here's the craziest part. I think one of also a good main concern is what it costs to defend ourselves against Iran. Like I said, like bro, we're defending against $50,000 drones with $1 million missiles. It's like we can't keep doing that. Like I know we're trying to now like re-engineer their drones and all that good stuff, but we are still, especially in the Middle Eastern countries, intercepting drones with $1 million missiles.
Yeah, and what is it now? The military said that the first 2 days alone of this operation cost $5 billion. Yeah, I mean, you should pull up the Iran war cost tracker, because I think that was operating under the assumption that each day would cost about $1 billion.
Oof. We ended up with a couple trillion.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, I do want to get into this one real quick because you know what? I actually want to get y'all thoughts and opinions on this. Man, let's get over to one of the guys who irritates MAGA the most. I think you could almost guess. Like, I think you could almost guess. Said who you think political commentator? He's brown. Like
that irritates MAGA the most.
Yeah.
You said he or she?
He.
Lemon.
Yeah, Don Lemon.
No, but a little.
Give me another hint. Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan.
Yep, Mehdi Hassan.
Oh yeah. God.
Hey Tove. I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of background noise.
I'm in my car. Hold on. I'll mute.
All right.
No worries.
All right, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Are you pleased that the now dead Ayatollah Khomeini, the older Khomeini, is no longer ruling Iran?
It's a good question. I don't take pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should have illegally killed the foreign leader of a nation, who's also, by the way, a spiritual leader to millions of Shia Muslims around the world.
Brilliantly deflected. My actual question was, are you pleased that he's no longer ruling Iran?
It's a loaded question because his son is leading the country. So am I pleased with that? No.
You must therefore de facto be pleased that the dead Ayatollah is no longer ruling the country.
Am I pleased he's not ruling the country? It's a question in vacuum.
It's a yes or no. You either are or you're not. For those who instinctively oppose war on the grounds of economic cost and, far more importantly, the cost in human lives, there is a lot to be frustrated about right now. The case for war, to the extent it's been made a tool, has shifted repeatedly. It's hard to imagine an abrupt end with a mission accomplished when the mission is undefined. It's hard to see how Iranian protesters or the wider region will benefit at all from regime change when at this point they haven't even changed the Ayatollah's name. And President Trump is yet to explain what exactly happened to his firm stance against war. If his legacy-defining gamble in Iran does not pay off, if the new Iran is much like the old Iran, his successors could pay a huge political price. But just as the president has not made his case from the outset, giving him a clear yardstick to measure his war against, the opposition has been incoherent too. Senior Democrats are mostly opposing the war on the grounds of process. They should have come to Congress, which no US president has bothered to do since World War II. They say they're opposed to wars of choice, but they're very happy the Ayatollah was killed. They're against Trump, but they don't rule out supporting more spending for his war. It looks a lot like they're coming down with Keir Starmer syndrome, unclear, ever-changing, and politically disastrous. Well, I'm joined now by Mehdi Hassan, editor-in-chief of Zateo News. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. It's probably most useful to my viewers to slightly play devil's advocate in this interview, because we share a lot of our views about it. I think of where this war is going. So let me play devil's advocate. Imagine for a moment you are the Prime Minister of Israel, and for many years you have been targeted as a very small country in a region of much bigger countries by organizations, proxy groups, terror groups, whatever you want to call them, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, culminating in what we saw on October the 7th. And you have your people baying for leadership to defend the people against this kind of stuff. And because the world knows, a lot of the funding for these proxies has come from Iran.
Yeah, but it is pretty fair to say that none of these proxies would exist without Israel's aggression towards them. Without Israel's aggression towards the Palestinians, Hamas would never exist. Without Israel's aggression towards the Lebanese people, well, Lebanon wouldn't, not the Hezbollah wouldn't exist. This is all created off Israeli aggression. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. If there was a two-state solution, you think Hamas would exist? No. There's many reasons why they exist and why Iran supports them, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I kind of don't like the picking and choosing of, they support a proxy, when, well, we kind of do the same thing all throughout the Middle East, and our proxies fight their proxies. So I'm just kind of looking at it like, how about this? I'll let go of mine if you let go of yours. I think that's fair.
Therefore, they are the mothership, if you like, of supporting this kind of activity in the region aimed specifically against the Israelis. What do you do if you're the Israeli prime minister in that circumstance?
And remember, when we talk about Hezbollah and Hamas, Israel attacked these guys first.
Piers, the first time I ever came on your show, your opening question was to me, what would you do if you were the Prime Minister of Israel? I only semi-facetiously said I would resign. The position of Benjamin Netanyahu is an awkward one here for Israelis because, first of all, he helped the funding of Hamas. We've discussed that on this show before.
True.
You know, and I know the news reporting that he was very happy for Qatari and other money.
Yeah, thank you. If you don't know this by now, yes, it is true. Bibi Netanyahu sent Hamas $1 billion through the Qataris, and yes, the Qataris have his handwriting on it. So it is proven verifiably that Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas with $1 billion. Great.
Hey, Seth.
Yeah.
What do you think about the question Piers Morgan was asking in the intro that I see a lot of people ask around? Are you happy that Khomeini's dead? Basically.
Yeah, and I see why he says it's a loaded question, because it's like, well, I'm happy that he, I guess, gone as an authoritarian figure, but I mean, let's be real. Him being gone is going to set off a lot of problems. We'd have been better capturing Khomeini than actually killing him. Like, to be quite honest.
It's kind of a pointless question when the regime is still pretty much the same or maybe worse. Like it doesn't really. Yeah,
like you're right. Because well, what are we talking about? Oh, are you glad Khomeini's dead? I'd have been more. I'm gonna be real with you. I'd have been glad if maybe the whole Ayatollah was taken down. But since Khomeini's just got a successor, it's kind of like, well, I guess I'm happy that he's gone. But in the grand scheme of things, all we did was just what piss off a whole bunch of Shia Muslims and now invoke a regional war.
Yeah, it's like being like, are you happy that Kim Jong-il is dead?
Oh, sorry, Tove.
Sorry. No, I was gonna say with him taking over, what happened to the 88 people that were in the succession line that they said that they bombed at that get together, that they were having to choose the next supreme leader?
Oh no! They actually bombed. They bombed the building that they were supposed to meet in. They didn't bomb the people who were like actually supposed to be in that building. So yeah, they still.
So they thought they were. Mm-hmm. They were told they were going to be there, so they bombed the building, and they weren't actually there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes more sense. Because I was going to say, I thought they said that I thought someone said that. Oh no, they took out the entire succession line.
Oh no.
And then this guy shows up, and I'm like, wait a second. I thought he was the more radical of the brothers, and that's why Khomeini had his other son as his successor.
Well, I know they had one before his son because they didn't want to go down the Khomeini bloodline. Yeah, they want to do the whole bloodline succession, but well, we killed that guy. That guy died, so we had to go with his second eldest son.
And apparently this guy is supposedly more radical. Granted, he's already been injured, so
true. So, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the guy is injured. He has been reported to be injured. Apparently, something's up with his leg. So, don't be surprised.
He had to have it amputated.
Dude,
I heard that it was amputated. So,
now we'll see. We will see.
Yeah, I think the whole question of like, say you're happy that Khomeini died is just like being like, say you're happy that Kim Jong-il is dead. It's like, okay, Kim Jong-un is now in charge and he's just as bad, if not worse. Like,
yeah, and then
what is there really to be happy about? Yeah,
let's see. He died, and his sister comes into power. Well, we've all heard his sister's way worse.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think they'd let her come into power.
Yeah, I know, but like, if we're not actually taking out the complete Ayatollah, then I mean, yeah, it's like a bittersweet win with taking out Khomeini. It's like it's all right, it's nice, but let's be real though. Khomeini wasn't the main person causing all the terror that these guys were complaining about going on in Iran. He wasn't the main guy.
Yeah, it's like how things work in a fantasy book. Like, you just take out one guy and then the world becomes a free democracy and everyone loves it. That never really happens. Like,
yeah. But that's what we thought was going to happen in Iran for some reason. And let's be real. I guess the administration tried to put up a strong face by saying that, oh, well, we're going to pick the one who's going to run and all this good stuff. And I think they were hoping that they could probably pull off what they did in Venezuela. Like, all right, let's see if we can get somebody in the Ayatollah who's going to play ball. Instead, we got somebody who's more pissed off at us than the Ayatollah we took out.
And it's like a totally different structure and different culture, different society than Venezuela. And so having that interpretation of it is, I don't even know how Trump could have that interpretation, honestly. But
I don't say, I think
like I said, I'm pretty sure Lindsay was a big a big pinnacle as to why this is going on.
Yeah, trust. We all know Lindsey Graham was one of the main people in his ears, and him. I'm pretty sure he was working as an envoy between him and Netanyahu.
I forgot what I was reading, but it was talking about some of the advice that Dan Kane had given Trump. And from my understanding, generals that are advising the president don't really say their own opinion. Mm-hmm. They just try to be fact of the matter on everything, and give the president as many options as possible. And Dan Kane was saying a lot of things like, yeah, this has the potential to get like a ton of Americans killed, and most likely will result in a lot of Americans getting killed. And I think that's the most subtle way to be like, I don't think we should do this. That you can be as a military commander advising the president.
I don't.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
To go into Gaza and was playing divide and rule with the Palestinians. So he owns it as much as any outside group. In terms of mothership of terrorism, my position on mothership of terrorism is the occupation, right? That's why people revert to terror, because you've ruined their lives and give them no prospect for freedom. Yes, the Iranians and other outside parties can exacerbate conflicts. We see proxy wars all over the world, but the root causes are the root causes. In terms of Netanyahu and Iran itself, Piers, the problem Benjamin Netanyahu has, and he's admitted this, he admitted this last week on tape, he said, I've been yearning for this war. I've been dreaming of this war for 40 years, and Donald Trump's the first president to agree to do it. He tried it with Bill Clinton. He tried it with George W. Bush. He tried it with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. None of them agreed to go to war. Antony Blinken just said the other day that he tried it with them. They weren't foolish enough to do this. So the problem about saying that this is about a threat, an imminent threat, and national security, he's been saying this for 40 years. In fact, he's been telling us, you've seen the video montages on Twitter. You and I are terminally online. You've seen all the clips of Benjamin Netanyahu over the years saying Iran's 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Iran is a month away from a nuclear weapon. He lied and lied about the Iranian nuclear threat for decades. No one believes a word he says. And as for the security of Israelis, well, they're in bunkers right now. They're being attacked. They're being bombed. How has he made them more secure with this unprovoked illegal war of aggression against Iran?
I can see why Netanyahu's doing this. As you say, he's wanted to do it for 40 years. And I can see why he's brought the Israeli people with him by presenting it a bit like Putin has done with Ukraine as an existential threat. So I can see how this has played out domestically for Netanyahu. What is less easy to understand to me is President Trump and his willingness to go along with this right now. It seems to me an extraordinarily huge gamble by Trump, because you have the midterm elections coming in November, and they were already looking perilous for the Republicans. Most incumbent presidents get a whacking in the midterms. It's more likely than not he would have lost the House anyway. But there's a higher likelihood right now, many people think in Washington, that the Republicans could not just lose the House, but might lose the Senate as well. And that will lead to a cascade of attempts to impeach Trump, and he'll be powerless. He'll be the worst kind of lame duck president imaginable, where he has no control over anything. And he's predicated his whole presidency when he campaigned on, I'm not going to get involved in foreign wars. I'm going to stabilize the economy. I'm going to sort out inflation, all this stuff. And yet here in one fell swoop, he has caused economic mayhem, which they must have known would happen, because you're attacking a country that controls the Strait of Hormuz. He has caused extraordinary instability in the Middle East, in the sense that by doing what he said he wouldn't do and attacking another Middle Eastern country and dragging America into that war, it's provoked Iran into attacking all the neighboring Gulf states, who are enraged by that and will be, of course, blaming Iran predominantly, but also probably looking at America and saying, was this really a smart move to do this right now? I'm trying to work out how this is a good moment for Trump politically or economically, and the two are wedded, I think, to do this. Never mind anything else. Never mind whether it's legal or anything else. Just the politics of it make little sense to me.
Yeah, he's always been his own worst enemy, Piers, which is why those of us who are opposed to Trump, and I know you're not, but I am, have always been appreciative of the fact that he's a very incompetent authoritarian. He's a very incompetent leader, in that if he was a smarter leader, we'd be in much more trouble in the US right now. He'd be able to get his agenda through much quicker, to my great consternation. So I appreciate the fact that he's surrounded by incompetence, even when he's executing a war of choice. In terms of the elections, I agree with you. I think he's made the midterms much harder to win, which is why they're doubling down now on voter suppression. They're trying to pass the SAVE Act. You saw Piers, him threatening that he won't pass any other legislation. He won't sign a single other bill until his beloved SAVE Act, which is basically a voter suppression bill, goes into office. He's not ruling out having ICE agents surround the polling stations as a form of voter suppression as well. So they know they're in trouble at the midterms. Rather than change course, they would try voter suppression instead, which is the Republican way. The economy is we're only looking at the beginning of the economy tanking, because he already had the fallout from tariffs, the jobs news, the really bad jobs news that came out a few days ago. That was pre-Iran. So we're looking in a really bad shape in terms of economy. And when you say everyone knew about the Straits of Hormuz, I think you're overestimating your friend. He's not very smart. The people around him are not very smart. Everyone knew this would happen, but maybe they didn't. I mean, Trump was saying last week, Piers, I didn't realize Iran would attack the Gulf in this way. Why not? What did you think Iran was going to do when they were attacked? They were obviously going to hit US military bases in the region. And the Emiratis, you spend a lot of time in the UAE, one of the most loyal American allies, one of the most pro-Israel Muslim majority countries. They've come out very sharply. A businessman close to the regime wrote an open letter slamming Trump and Graham as Israeli puppets just this week. So it's not looking good for their alliances in the region. The economy is looking bad. The politics of it are crazy. But I think this is the problem when you have a man-child as president. When you have someone so easily manipulated. Lindsey Graham is a man who Donald Trump dismissed 10 years ago as a warmonger. He said he's a dumb guy. If you listen to Lindsey Graham, he'll start World War III. Well, guess who's listening to Lindsey Graham right now? Donald Trump is. Lindsey Graham bragged to the Wall Street Journal that he treated Donald Trump like a child. He spoke to him with a, quote, word association game to get him to come along with war. He said he flew to Israel and coached Netanyahu on how to manipulate Donald Trump into war. So that's what happens when you have a man-child in the White House who can be easily manipulated by the last person who spoke to him.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals sometimes don't have the punch we need. Veracity focuses on the root cause of up to 40.
Sorry, guys.
And this is why we say Lindsey Graham is a fucking joke.
Literally. Yeah, we know.
And disgusting.
Damn. But yeah, he do look disgusting. But I'm gonna be honest with you though, like I said, it just makes Trump look bad because of the incoherent message. Anybody can poke holes at that all day. And once again, I mean, the fact that, well, be real with you, this war isn't bearing any good fruits right now. I mean, I don't think it will anytime soon. Like the Republicans can say short-term pain, long-term gain all they want. I mean, until we actually see it, they sound like they're coping. And also, my bad. Apparently I had to respond to internet beef, apparently. Like, bro, like Sid. Is Sid still on here? All right, but good. All right, then never mind. But all right.
Commentator, particularly on X, Mario Norfolk, who said over the week
that he got kicked on accident. I probably just had to head in.
Yeah, there was a point that I was losing connection as well. I didn't know if it was my connection or what, but that was the last time I saw him up here.
Gotcha.
It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's not about helping the Iranian people. It's not about doing Israel's bidding. And it's not about Iran being a threat to the US. It's about China. China imports 45 to 57% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has the capacity to shut it down. A US-aligned Iran means an Iran that would choke off that strait if there's ever a real power battle between Washington and Beijing. The AI arms race is the most...
Yo, Sid. You good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, you remember that one show I was on that you tuned into? That where the guy pretty much said, you know, Israel's our cousin, we should just crash out behind him.
Yeah.
Like, did you see the later part of that where me and this guy, Angry Man, fell into that debate? Like, what was it? Like, I would say this, because you're a good debater. Well, here's the problem. Like, bro, is it ever wise to make an all statement as a prompt for a debate? Oh,
no.
Thank you.
No.
Yo, sorry, say that again. I had to fucking turn the stream off because I was hearing you twice and it kicked me when I did that. So
all right, you're good. Well,
but keep going. What were you saying about that guy?
So I was pretty much saying that this guy, the guy Angry Man, that I was pretty much, I guess I got into a debate at the end. Like, is it ever wise to make an all statement in a debate?
No.
Exactly. So, I know it's like one of the golden rules of debating is you never make an all statement. And apparently, your boy done got into some beef with some big YouTuber because he wanted to make the all statement of all Muslims want to take over the world.
Oh, damn.
Bro, when I tell you
that guy's name is Angry Man, he is kind of a big YouTuber, right?
Yeah. When I tell you I literally cooked this man up and down, just like, bro, you sound ridiculous trying to. And the thing is, bro, I was actually being nice. I was trying to give that man a way out. I'm like, are you sure you mean all? You don't want to name a group, bro? Like,
yeah.
He's like, oh. And then he'll sit off and go off and prove that there's differences in Islam among Muslims, while also saying that they're all trying to take over the world. Also sit there and tell how they're divided, but then sit there and say how they're trying to take over the world. I was just like, yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, dude, I was like, I messaged you on Discord. I was like, what the hell is this conversation? I had to tune out because if I kept listening, I would have donated way too much money.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the drip
Talking
show
shit.
you were on yesterday? Or
Yeah.
2 days ago?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the guy was literally coming at me pretty much saying, oh, you don't believe that all Muslims are trying to take over the world? I'm like, it's right in front of you. I'm like, no, it's not.
Not all of them, but there are some.
But there's
that
groups
do
out
have
there that definitely speak that definitely want that. But
There's
all of
some that are saying they're gonna get in our homes by hook or by crook, and they're gonna take over America by the ballot or the bullet.
And I mean, but is that all? Is that how all Muslims feel?
I don't think it's all of
No.
them.
Exactly. I think
There's
it's
like
also
over 1
majority.
billion Muslims, right?
Like 2 billion of them, really.
I feel like if they were all trying to, they'd have a lot better luck than they've had.
Bro, we'd have Islamopaxica all throughout the Middle East. They'd probably own all of Africa. We'd be fucked right now if that was the case.
Yeah.
If they were trying to take over the country. So
Plus, I think most religions have some aspect to them, except maybe Judaism, where they try to get a bunch more people to be part of that religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is always funny how people do complain about missionary work. Like, oh, they're trying to recruit people. Yeah, the Christians do the same thing. I mean, don't y'all go door to door passing out Bibles or trying to spread the word of the Lord? Like, what about y'all?
Yeah. Or go to like different countries and try to fucking
do missionary work there.
Yeah. Like, how many Mormons have gotten killed by some remote tribe that they went to and tried to spread Mormonism to?
Started on the Mormons.
Exactly. God bless them though for freaking trying. God bless them for.
I think Mormons are trying to take over the world.
Dude, my brothers were Mormons, and they left it.
I'll just say this for the chat, guys. I mean, one of the golden rules of debate: never make an all statement, because you're just taking out the individual differences among people, and you're always going to lose that debate because there's always going to be an outlier, either as a person or as a group.
Dude, that guy was way too confident. When I sent him that super chat that was like, it's un-American for the draft dodger in chief to tell other people's kids they got to go die for another country. And he was like, his response to that was something like, why is everyone so scared so suddenly? Why is everyone scared? Okay, a few people might die. But when did we become pussies all of a sudden? And it was like, dude, 7 people have already died. And that's not even to speak of, like, imagine being one of the parents in Iran right now who had their kid die at school. Like, I know we like to not think of our adversaries as people, but they're people just like us, and a lot of them are just involved in this because they just happen to be born in the wrong country, and they don't really have much beef with us. So we shouldn't, like, rejoice in Tehran looking like an apocalyptic hellscape or
at all.
Kids dying. I know that most people aren't, but I was just so amazed by his response to that. Like,
yeah, exactly. But before we get back to the show, but I guess I am gonna have to take this guy on the one-on-one side, because I'm just like, bro, if you're just gonna give me that prompt, I would take an easy win any day of the week.
Yeah, dude, I bet he freaked out when Mamdani won.
Bro, I'm telling you, he probably lost his shit. Like, it's a Muslim takeover. You don't understand. I'm like, well, to be honest with you, he's like, they're going against freedom of speech. Actually, Mamdani signed a bill protecting freedom of speech. Like,
yeah,
believe it or not.
But Mamdani's done a pretty damn good job so far.
I mean, I'm be real with you. He's kept it real. Honestly, he walked in. He seen that, all right, I can't give y'all nothing. We're in a $12 billion deficit, and this is what we got to do. I was actually impressed he had a game plan. But I know everybody in New York is like, yo, what the fuck? We thought we was going to get free crap. But, you're telling me we got a budget? Yeah, sadly.
Well, they did do the free childcare thing pretty much week 1, and that's being rolled out right now, and that seems pretty successful. He handled a record snowstorm pretty much with no federal funding, really. He's got Donald Trump to agree to, like, some new housing building projects. True. And I think the deficit's down to like $5 billion now. where it was at like 12. So that's pretty impressive for a very short time there.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to get hard to get him to do anything for New York because that is where he grew up. That is his stomping grounds. He loves New York.
True.
Yeah, he does. He does love New York.
True. Special place in his heart. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it with our guy Mehdi and Pierce.
Support strategic competition on the planet, limiting China's access to energy is how the US wins that race, and anyone who believes in freedom and democracy should want America to win. In other words, arguing there's a much bigger geopolitical battle here at stake. And it may explain Trump's interest in Greenland, his interest in controlling the leadership in Venezuela, his apparent plan to maybe go into Cuba, is that if you take energy as the overarching motivation for all this, and the AI war, which will use up vast amounts of energy, and the belief that if America is to prevail in that, it's going to have to win the energy war, it does make strategic overall sense. What do you think of that argument?
Well, look, U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East has always been driven partly by energy and oil. When you and I were opposing the Iraq war 23 years ago and mentioning the oil factor, people called us conspiracy theorists. That was obviously not the case. This time around, of course, they keep saying the quiet part out loud. Lindsey Graham went on Fox over the weekend or one of the Sunday shows, and he said, if we control Venezuela and Iran, we control 30% of the world's oil reserves. So we'll make tons of money, he said. So, quiet part out loud from the Republican war hawks. Look, I'm sure China's a factor, but let's not overstate this. Again, Donald Trump is not Rasputin. He is not Bismarck. He's not a big geopolitical strategist. A lot of this is old-fashioned imperialism. He likes the idea of telling countries what to do. He wants to pick Iran's next leader. He wants to pick Venezuela's next leader, etc. And look, let's not hide the fact here. The Israeli angle is the Israeli angle. I get why people don't want to talk about it. You get attacked, I see all the time nowadays, as anti-Semitic when you dare criticize Israel. It's insane. Marco Rubio came out and said it out loud. Again, quiet part out loud. He said last Monday, he said, we went to war because the Israelis were going to attack. And we knew that once the Israeli attacked, they would attack us. So we attacked first, which is a bizarre thing to say, because why not just get Israel to stop from attacking Iran if you're really worried about blowback? But the idea that this wasn't a war for Israel, when the Israelis are bragging it's their war, when Lindsey Graham is bragging it's their war, when Marco Rubio is conceding it's their war. I mean, this is a war they've dreamt about for years. They don't care about the future of Iran or the Iranian people. They want a neighborhood of failed states so that they can have a greater Israel. We know that. And I think, look, the Chinese factor is interesting because, Piers, that assumes that you win this war. Because right now, you could argue China and Russia are winning.
And shout out to my man, Daniel K. I could actually argue that too. Let's be real. They're getting all their military tech tested right now. And any kinks that they see, they can work out. But shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says, y'all holding hands and singing Kumbaya in protest of Donald J. Trump. And we funneling the oil supply through us to prevent communists from controlling more and starving. World War III. Well, damn. He said, we're funneling the oil supply through us to prevent communists. Well, if you're talking about Cuba, yeah. But, I don't know. How y'all feel about regime change in Cuba?
I don't really like it.
It needs to happen, but it doesn't need to be us who do it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'd have been okay with it if he weren't in Iran right now.
I just think it's wild to completely starve a bunch of random civilians, basically, of energy, food, good water, light, in the name of changing their government, which I kind of view as something that's on them. They've done it before. They changed the Batista regime into the current communist regime, and they could do it again, but I don't know why it has to be on the back of us literally starving them out, because that's not just hurting the officials there, that's hurting the regular everyday people that live there just as much.
It's hurting them more than the officials, if anything.
Yeah, and I don't know how that creates like a good good sentiment among.
Either it creates resentment towards the U.S. or it creates resentment towards the government. That's a problem. And looks, if that government
or both,
or both. They might not trust nobody. They might get this guy up out of here and make sure that we have no type of influence in that area.
And that's the same problem that we could see in Iran and in Venezuela. What are the Venezuelans going to say? Oh, thank God they got Maduro out, and now they got Delcy Rodriguez in there, who is just pretty much like Maduro, but more amenable to the Americans. But our lives haven't changed yet. Our lives aren't better yet. So the Americans didn't really give a fuck about us. They just gave a fuck about oil and their bottom line. So they proved that we don't have our own sovereignty and they could just take out whoever they want, and they don't care about our well-being. So it could create resentment both ways.
And we did frame it as trying to free the people of, the same thing we use in Iran, free the people of Iran, free the people of Venezuela. Well, we left the people of Venezuela under the same regime, and the only thing is that the regime is playing nice with us.
It is the most blatant manipulation, and as well as the argument of, like, they say death to America, I have not seen a pretext for a war weaker than that. It's ridiculous. I feel like if anyone believes that and buys that and repeats the death to America line as a reason that we should go to war with them, I want to see their ass outside a fucking recruitment center right now. And I've seen a lot of empty recruitment centers around me. So it seems like, despite all the people, all the 95%, whatever Republicans supporting this war, they're not jumping up and down to go join it.
Ain't that the truth?
Ours are actually, we've had lines outside ours for the last few months now.
Really?
At least people,
yeah.
somebody's serious.
Well, did you see the Caroline Leavitt saying they didn't want to rule out a draft?
Oh yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, that was crazy. And here's the thing is, I think what they mean by that, and I really hope this is what she means, is that no, it's like the very last thing, but it's like trying to keep all your options open for a business on where you're gonna go on your business, even though it's not something that will happen, it's still on the table, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I got it. I mean, that does make sense. And I don't think it's the most likely thing to happen, but here's what I will say. I've already done the calculation in my head as a fighting age man that I would much rather take the punishments of avoiding the draft than going and dying for another country.
Yeah, no, like I said, if it comes down to, before a draft even happens, they're gonna lower the standards. They're gonna call for people that like me, who tried to go in, wanted to go in, wasn't able to go in because of a medical condition that really doesn't stop me from doing most things. Or they're going to go again for people like me who have military adjacent training. They're going to call us in before they go for a draft. After what happened with Vietnam, it would be suicide because of how many people we saw jump sides, how many suicides, how many people that went like in Full Metal Jacket. That's actually the beginning half of that movie, where Sergeant Pyle or Private Pyle did what he did, that was based off of multiple instances from the draft. They would be stupid to initiate that, but that doesn't mean it's not still part of our recruitment capabilities.
The only issue with that, and I agree with what you're saying, and it's all true, but the only issue with that is that I feel like the Trump administration has kind of ruined their escalation ladder. I think they've shown their hand that they are unwilling, or at least really reticent, about committing troops on the ground. And that gives Iran an upper hand in the escalation ladder because they can just kind of keep doing what they're doing if they know that we're unwilling to put troops on the ground. So I don't know why the Trump administration would show their hand in that way, but still not want to be like, oh, but we still might draft people. Like, it just seems like such a stupid statement to say.
It also sounds more like they're trying to mislead our enemies. I mean, they could be using that as a way to mislead our enemies as well. Give them contradicting information so that they don't know exactly what the plans are. Because that was one of the biggest issues we had with Afghanistan and Iraq, was our news was quite literally giving away our troops' locations and giving away our administration's plans every time they would come out with something new.
But that's a total double-edged sword.
Yeah, it is.
Because
But I
that
think
leaves
they're trying
American
to.
people having no idea why we're fighting this war or what's going on. And so we
Yeah,
can't even
but
be informed on whether or not we should be fighting it because we don't have any good information coming from the government that gives us a sign on when
but
it's
with
going to
us
end, if
being
it's just the end or if it's the beginning, if there's going to be troops on the ground, if there's not, if we're going to
yeah,
you
but
know,
at the
if it's
same
going to
time, we
last
have
weeks, months, years, days,
it's a like you said, it's a double-edged sword. They either A have to mislead the enemy by misleading the American public, especially in this age of technology. All it takes is the wrong thing to leak out and for our enemies to get it, and we're royally screwed.
Yeah, but here's
So
the thing: our military gets its legitimacy from us. It's an arm of the government. Then our government is supposed to represent us. It's a representative republic. If we have no understanding of this war, why we're in it, what their goals are, then how can we give consent to even join the war? They just want us to all be like, well, I just trust President Trump. I trust his judgment, and that's like so despicable. That is not what our country is, should be. If there's examples of that in the past and presidents feeling that way in the past, fuck them too. It's, but like, it's absurd to me that anyone would be comfortable signing on to this or supporting it without knowing anything about it. And I think that the more we know about it, the less people would support this action.
All right.
Because if you really think if they actually had evidence that Iran was about to strike us, like Trump said, that they wouldn't show us and get a ton more people on their side in support of this?
Bro, if they had evidence that Iran was going towards a nuke, they'd been able to show us that. I always do say people who are scared of the whole nuke thing, like, bro, I actually looked up the process of making a nuke, and they've been able to hide the whole 90% enrichment, but the warhead and all that good stuff, and like I said, taking it from, what was it? They said the liquid, the powdered, and the metal, all that would have been traceable, and we'd have been able to see all that within the first couple of weeks or so, and it has still been like a month out from the actual.
And didn't this regime have like a? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, if I remember correctly, a few years ago there was a nuke that was lost off the freaking coast, and they took them a long time to find it.
I never heard about
I don't remember that.
That was I don't know if it was clickbait or what, but I remember hearing something about a nuke disappearing under Biden off the coast. They were relocating it or something, and something happened to the ship and it rolled off, and it took them a long time to find it.
Yeah.
Like I said, it could have been clickbait, but it was years ago. So
all right.
So you could tell me if I'm wrong or right here, but I thought there was that the Ayatollah Khomeini had a fatwa on nuclear weapons and at least on ballistic missiles, in that they didn't produce ballistic missiles that had a range over, I think it was 2,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And so even if they'd have to build a ballistic missile or capable of carrying a nuclear warhead over 2,000 miles for it to be a threat to the United States at all.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have intercontinental ballistic missiles. So it's just like when people say they're an imminent threat, I'm like, to Israel, sure, but not us.
Yeah, like North Korea spent years building up their missiles first until they had an ICBM that they could put a nuclear warhead on, and then they started making their nuclear warheads. Like, it really didn't seem like we were ever 2 fucking weeks away from Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Like, that's all propaganda. And they don't even seem like that big of a threat that they've been framed as this whole time. You know what I mean? Like, they're supposed to be so scary, but also we're winning and we're doing such a great job, and it ain't even like any sweat off our back. But they were so scary, and they were such an imminent threat.
Yeah, it is the double
gas
speed.
is down to 249. Sweet. I'm getting gas.
But all right, though. But the main problem was that, shoot. Man, look, I'm just gonna be real. I just don't really see our interest being handled at this moment. And then also, All right, look, like, hold on a second. What was your point actually? What was your last point you made?
Me?
Yeah.
I was saying how like we've been told that they were such a scary threat this whole time, but now that we're actually fighting them, they're not a problem at all, and we kind of crippled them immediately, and it's not even any sweat off our back.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I'm like, hold on, if we didn't want them to rush towards a nuke, wouldn't it be better kind of leave them alone and not show aggression towards them, since that's kind of what we did with Kim Jong-un? Like, you keep showing that aggressive tone, and why we ever trust you to, like the only time we would trust you is with a nuke in our arsenal.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with Iran. I think we put too much aggression, and if they were ever to go towards a nuke, I mean, let's be real, I would understand why. Because they understand now that you don't get no real sovereignty in the world unless you got a nuke.
And I don't love, obviously, I hate the Iranian regime. I don't like the Shiite Islamic regime there. But I do feel like there's a double standard there when we are allies and partners with countries like Saudi Arabia that are also very repressive, that have morality police themselves, that are very restrictive on women. And it's a fucking monarchy. It's not a democracy. They don't have that. They don't have freedom there. Yet we invited them into the fold.
It's literally picking and choosing. Like, you think any of these some of these Muslim countries are ran just like Iran, but we just don't say anything because they, we work with them.
And people are like, well, they're our friends, but there's not really any convincing reason that they're our friends. And we can't really criticize Iran while being like, Saudi Arabia is cool, in my opinion. Saudi Arabia, it's led by a guy that killed an American journalist and like chopped up his body.
Yeah. All for trying to write about him.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, some ally, right? Some ally.
Really, some ally of ours. And that's the funny part, though. I mean, like I said, we pick and choose which radical regime. And like I said, if you got a nuke or if you work within our interests, it don't matter if you got a dictatorship, a monarchy, whatever. It don't matter. As long as if you got a nuke or you work within our interests, we'll leave you alone.
Yeah, and there's no way it could backfire. When have we ever supported like a monarchy in the Middle East that was working within our interest and they were very wealthy? And then there was like some sort of revolution in the country and they became not our allies anymore. When does that ever happen? That'll probably never happen with like Saudi Arabia, right?
All right, I'll give that one. All right, that was funny how you lined that one. All right,
I mean, it's like people have no concern about that. Like, it's like,
oh no, there are people that have concern about that. There are definitely people who have concern about that. I talked to a lot of the old timers up at our truck stop. We have a bunch that come in, and there's a bar there that don't have access to the internet, and a majority of them that are, they're veterans or they were around when the regime, when the Shah was disposed, and when he was put in, when he was disposed, and when the Ayatollah took over. And they're saying honestly, they've wanted to get us away from we needed to take care of it back then, and we need to take care of it and then get out of it and stay out of it.
That's the short-sightedness of all these things. And what I was saying about Saudi Arabia is it's all good and above board now, but all it takes is a popular uprising, and suddenly they're another rogue state in the Middle East that we just got to go take care of, and it'll be quick, and once we take care of them, things will all be shipshape for the United States. But how is that how it ever works with sovereign countries?
I think this is more to do with setting us up on the world economic stage and reshaping the world economic stage than anything else. It's all, and I'm gonna say it is about the oil in a sense. It's about the oil dollar and making sure that we are the ones that are on top. We have a much bigger country with a much bigger population to take care of. We don't have to leave the country to go to the desert or to go to the woods or to go to the mountains or the snow caps and go skiing. You got to kind of think of it from that point of view too. We are so big and we have such a big population that it is a strain on our natural resources, our economic resources. And yeah, we need the majority of stuff. We need a larger oil reservoir, or I hope you know
Reserves.
where
Yeah,
I'm
we need
going
our
with it.
reserves. Yes, I get it.
Yeah, we
But all
need
right,
a much larger oil reserve. So yeah, we need to be at the top of the world stage so that we can take care of our population.
all right. But
yeah, well, we're also like $36 trillion in debt, and we've spent like $8 trillion on war in the Middle East
And
for my
having
whole
control of the
lifetime.
oil will take care
And
of that. Will take care of that debt.
Donald Trump has contributed like $10 trillion to that in his 2 terms. That he's supposed to be spending down, right? He's supposed to reduce the deficit, reduce the debt, but yeah, he's getting us into more costly, expensive wars and increasing the
I will
debt.
be right back. My uncle's calling, so I will be back.
I actually have to go, but yeah, I'll see you later.
All right, guys. I was just actually about to close down the stream. It's about that time. But all right, guys. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. Shout out Sid. Shout out Toad, man. Appreciate you, big dog. I'm going to go ahead and close out with a word from our partner, Kalshi. Make sure you go ahead and, get in on the deal, guys. All right. I'm going to go ahead and leave you with these guys. Hey, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video on your way out, and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, guys. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair. Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use SET Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from SET Media, and shout out to Kalshi.